Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Alrighty, had to get my water ready. Had to get my water poured. Welcome back. I'm going to change the view just a little bit. Sometimes you do things on the spur of a moment. You guys have probably been there. I made a spur of the moment decision on the lunch break, which was a short lunch break. I decided to get my hair cut. So Mrs. R.A. cut my hair during the lunch break. And I was able to get a quick cut and shower, and I'm back. And it seems like I just barely got up just like 5 seconds ago. But we are back. Welcome back. It's good to be here. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the recovery addict. Thank you very much for being here. Especially big thank you for Lee. Lee says, yo. Lee, you were first in chat with that yo, and that yo purchased you all of the internet. Congratulations. We're going to go ahead and rebox that and regift it to you. So you now are the proud owner of everything IP related worldwide. Unfortunately, that comes with a responsibility for maintenance, care, upkeep, upgrades, everything else that goes with it. So just go ahead and get to work, and the rest of us will just enjoy the afternoon as we watch the trial at your expense. So thank you very much, Lee. Appreciate you being here. Congratulations on winning the internet. I think it's your first time. Depending on how it goes, it might be your last. I'm not sure if you want to do it again, but hopefully it goes great for you. Let's see. Welcome back. Let's see here. I want to before we go too far. Let me find where I am. Hang on. Wait for it. Okay, there's our live feed. Everything's good. I need to move the water before I dump it on my laptop. That was close. I actually hit it, but it did not spill. Minsky, Red Pen, Shells, Golden Mom, Laura, Sharon McDonald, Kevin, Tony Fortune, Mo, KX Star, Marilyn Skoll, Victor Juror Christie, or Virtual Juror Christie. Sorry about that. Michelle Phillips, On a Globe, Ponzai Fonzai. Good to have you here with us this afternoon. Amber is in the house. Welcome back. Not a Drama Llama as well. Denise Feldman Ersland. Jim Bobby says, baby goat. Apparently the goats were born. I just watched the baby goat be born. That was a good lunch hour for you. Not a baby llama. Kara Green is here. Welcome. Ready for the man bun. Ola as well. Karen Gamez. Sorry, you all have to shovel. It's about time. All our snow in Utah is melting. Finally can't wait to have warmer, nice weather. Karen, good luck to you. I think it did start above freezing for you this morning, so that's a great start. Carrie, hope you had a great lunch as well. Welcome back. Good to have you here. Bruce McCrae. Dr. Bruce, good to have a doctor in the house in case we need it. The doctor is in the house. Lee as well. We're getting 10 inches next day or so. That's a crazy amount of snow. It's been so long since I've had more than just like an inch or so, and even that has been more than a year, I think. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here as well. Tabitha, Denny, let's see, Not a Drama Llama, Jeeps, Carrie, Picky, Crafty Ella, Samantha Terry, Nana Geek Joe Ellen, glad to have you back. Lost Souls Paranormal, M. Cat, Ritz, Lynn Hoke, Richard, and I missed a few people in there as well. Katrina, Stacy Lee, First Lady A, DMB Secondus, Thal. Good to talk to. I talked to Thal over the lunch break as well. So I got Thal after I hung up from you. I got a haircut, a shower, and now I'm back. It was a busy lunch. Barbara Christina Healy says this guy took stalking to another level, dragging his daughter into the shame on him, no morals. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate your input there. Lux Lobos, Shells, Lost Souls Paranormal. Baseball Dad 1007, welcome back. Portland Trailblazers TV is here as well. DP says, just found this last week, and I love. We love that you found us here at DP. Thank you so much. It's good to have you here. Laura, Christine Hathaway Cooley, 6-volt bus, Miss Chris. I think I got, let's see, Barbara Christina Healy. The name's a tough one for me. The Dutch girl's here as well. Welcome. Always nice to have the Netherlands in the house. Ginger Meadows. Kathy says, listening on my TV today, have a sick puppers. Oh, and sleep has eluded me, so not chatting, but I want to say hi and miss y'all. I'm sorry, Kathy. Hopefully your pup gets feeling better here soon. Thanks so much for having us with you. Red Pen's back just in time. Tony Fortune, Lee, Tabitha. I think we got most of the rest of y'all. Woohoo, haircut and shower makes you feel like a new man. I feel, this is my weight loss program. I feel lightheaded. I think I lost about 1.5 pounds of hair. It had been a little too long. But my wife does a great job. And the price is just right. Of course, I owe her everything. So Bite Me's here. Golden Girl. Jane Deer Girl is here as well. Lady Writer. Ritz Franco. Howdy, folks. Pampered Glamper is here taking a seat. Pam Jams. Moxie Bramble, feels like I'm watching with friends. This is awesome. Moxie, thank you so much for being here. It would not be the same without you. Ann Schatcher, Dallas born, Boston bred. Golden Girl, you did a great job with the internet this morning. Congratulations. I'm excited for Lee to follow in your footsteps. My dog Murray is here. Carol Cottle, I'll go to the back and sit. No, you can sit up front. Just move on right up front. Forever in Blue as well. Okay, so a nice comb over. Thank you very much. Hey, soon that will be my only option. I need to stop mocking it because eventually that will become my hairstyle. Lady Rider, hello as well. Katie 158, hey, welcome. Good to have you here. I will say this as we get going. I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Brandi Churchwell's channel. If you can hold on just for a second, let me go ahead and pull this up on screen. Hang on one second. I need to send her a note. Hold tight. I'm trying to get her to come on the channel, and so I'm trying to use you to bribe her to come on the channel. She doesn't do many live appearances. She does most of her videos are recorded and edited and then posted. But I think she would do fantastic. From what I've seen from her, I think she would do great. And I think she would like you, and I think you would like her. So I'm going to give you her channel name. Just one second. So I'm sending your YouTube a few people. How about that?
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Hey, I did that on lunch too. Hey, Kevin. Yes, that's another thing I did on lunch. Just add to my amazingness. So here's what we've got. Brady's channel is right here. Let me go ahead and pop this up here. Close that one down. This is Brandi Churchwell. You can find her at, Brandi. I said Brady. Brandi Churchwell. You can find her at Brandi Churchwell. That's her name right there. So you just write that all together. That's her YouTube channel. I would love it if you guys went and subscribed to her channel. Right now she has 530 subscribers. She deserves a ton more than that. Seriously, she's done a ton of awesome work. I'm going to go ahead and put her channel in the description of this. I'll add it in text here as well. Just one second. Copy link and paste link. Where are we at? Right there. So we're going to take just a tiny little break. I posted it right here. This is Brandi Churchwell's channel. I would love to see her hit 1,000 today. Honestly, I think she deserves that. She is following this case as well, and she has just posted a video today that does a great job at just summing up everything that's happened thus far in the case. And she's going to keep doing these as she's following this case. She's very analytical in how she looks at things and is able to really put the pieces together in an order that makes sense. So hit the right click on that button, open in a new tab if you have to, and subscribe, and leave her a message. Just say that you found her here on one of her videos. Say, hey, I found you from Recovery Addict or something like that. We'd like to get her over here because I'd like to have her take on a couple things. And quite honestly, I'd love to add her to the group because she has some great insights when it comes to putting pieces together, especially when the details get heavy and there's a lot of numbers and data. She does a great job. Creative B says, I watched her during lunch. It was a great summarization. She did a great job. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So thank you. And I'll give her a plug here later on as well. Once the trial starts, we get some more people back, but, that is amazing. I appreciate your support. Okay. So, trial today, the girlfriend's on the stand. This was a big moment. We were waiting for her last week. TTU Gator done. So thank you very much. Appreciate all of you. Samantha Terry, KX Star, Tony Fortune, Virtual Juror, Not a Drama Llama. Interesting witness today. Absolutely, Carol. Completely interesting witness. This Sadie is coming across very believable, very authentic, genuine. And although the questions that she's been given by the prosecution are leading, and there have been a lot of objections, it doesn't seem like Sadie is like trying like out to get him type thing. She's just answering questions in a very believable, authentic way. Let's see. The interesting part as this evidence comes out, it paints the defendant. It paints Zach in such a bad light. It makes him look like a, the jealous stalker, creepy ex-boyfriend. All the bad things are showing up here, and it's coming in text after text. As we have voice recorded phone call, videos that he's filmed outside her house when she was dating someone else, and he was over the house, and he's like peeking in the windows. It's just got alarm bells are ringing, right? Now, granted, we're only seeing one side of this, and there may be another side. I'm not sure what I'll see that will make me think that what I saw already isn't bad. But the defense does get a shot at this and does get an opportunity to question Sadie as well. And there may be an equal type thing on the other side. We don't know. And maybe this was just how the relationship went, and we're only seeing what the bad stuff he did. But thank you so much, all of you that are doing this. Subscribe to Brandi. Love being a minion. I'm using you a little bit, but I honestly, I would not send you there unless I felt that you would value the content she provides and that it's something that you'd like. So she's brand new to YouTube, just barely started here probably within the last couple of weeks, right at the end of the Murdaugh trial, and just did a great job. Her chart was unbelievable. It was great. She's also new on Twitter, and so she's learning, and it's a firestorm because she went viral early on with her first tweet, but I think you'll like it. All right. Let's see. Those trucks looks like a dog scratches. What truck? Oh, you're talking about the Carolina, the squat trucks we talked about. Yes, those are pretty bad. They're pretty bad. Sadly, it's a lot more normal for jealous ex to kill the ex-spouse. Killing the new lover is a twist I don't see often. Yeah, this is a different kind of creepy stalking. It's more that he wanted her to be miserable, and live with her misery, which is just, it's bad. I looked up the definition of stalker. He fits the definition, says Daniel W. Thank you, Lynn, as well. Cass, good morning. Happy Monday. I know statistically someone out there has a birthday today, and you're probably watching. And I haven't heard who it is, but if you are watching and you're a lurker, just go ahead and just let us know if it's your birthday today in chat. We'd like to wish you a happy birthday, because I would hate to go all through today and find out right at the end of the day that it was your birthday and we didn't celebrate appropriately. But let's see. Nice. You sent her like 70 subs. That is awesome. Let's see. I think, she was at 530. She's at 600 now. That's awesome. Okay. Put your DNA on the like button. Thank you, Lisa. DP, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Appreciate your support of the channel. It makes all this possible. Jennifer says 601. You guys are amazing. I can tell you, and my wife can tell you that that starting a YouTube channel is nerve-wracking. You're putting yourself out there, and presenting a side of you that oftentimes you're not good at doing and you haven't done before, and you're wondering, are people going to like it? Are they going to watch? Does anyone see this? And a lot of times the input you get at the very first as you start will make or break you. And so being able to give a thumbs up and a boost up to somebody who's working hard and is really trying, even if it's still a little rough around the edges, which hers isn't. She does a great job. I just think it's fantastic. Let's see. Anyway, so Sadie's on the stand. We're expecting, hopefully, probably after another hour or so of direct. I'm trying to think where we are in the timeline. We have to look on the calendar, basically. We're working up on all the experiences that are relevant to this issue in the case up until the death of Junior, right? And once that happens, then a day or two after, any interactions he has with Sadie, we're going to go over those. And then we'll pretty much be done with Sadie from the prosecution's point of view. And it's going to flip over to defense. And defense gets to go ahead and start asking questions. And that's going to get spicy. Flip all the way back to day one when we first started talking about this. As soon as the defense was giving their opening statement, there was literally an objection on a possible call for a mistrial. They didn't call for the mistrial, but they brought up, maybe mistrial is the only way we can go here. When the defense practically pointed the finger of blame at Sadie and said she did it. She had the motive. She had the ability. Where was she on that day type thing? And it was just like, holy cow, you can't do that. You can't do that. That was the whole Denny argument. You guys remember we brought that up, and it will probably come up again today. You'll probably hear Denny again today. Anytime that the defense starts questioning Sadie and pointing the finger to was she involved or guilty in some way, the defense is going to be hard on Sadie. Lisa, from a defense standpoint, they have to be. She is such a strong witness for the prosecution. She has so much firsthand knowledge of the bad things that the defendant has done. They have to find somewhere to get a foothold if they want to have any hope of winning the jury over. Because currently, as it stands, we as if we're members of the jury are sitting here thinking, yeah, I believe this lady. She's telling the truth. This guy's a creep. This is bad. They're going to try to chisel away at that as much as they can. And we'll see if they're successful at doing that or not. We've got about 13 minutes before the judge is due back in court. So we've got the audio on. We're listening carefully. Unfortunately, the audio today is not as good as it's ever been. We've had better days, but it's never been fantastic out of this court, unfortunately. But the spiciness has been there, and it will be there again. Let's see. Red Pen says semicolon. Deep Red Pen. No, just kidding. He says, Red Pen says, I was wiping the cat hair off my keyboard. And he swiped from left to right, apparently, and hit the enter key. Thank you for all of you who are subscribing to Brandi. Sure appreciate that. Thanks for all the comments and letting her know where you came from. The defense has to be careful not to go overboard on attacks. Angie, not just on attacks, because there's two things they could do wrong, right? Oh, they did say 1:15. Daniel, you're right. We're late. I apologize. I thought for some reason 1:30, but that is not correct. They said 1:15, so we're almost 4 minutes late. The defense can do two things. They can go overboard and just look like jerks. They can treat her like a jerk. They can make her cry. They can hit her when she's down type thing. Make her admit to things that she's not on trial. That's the thing. But they can make her look really bad. The judge will probably try to protect her as much as he possibly can. And obviously the prosecution as well will object anytime they get in a realm where they think it's not appropriate. But so they can do that. And the other thing they can do overboard is they can push the line where the judge made a ruling already about this whole Denny act, about blaming her and saying she was responsible for it. That seemed to be part of the defense plan as it was laid out in the opening statement. Is we want to introduce doubt in the mind of the jury by letting them know that Sadie could have been the murderer, or that she could have orchestrated it. That is highly inappropriate. Highly inappropriate. But those are two things we should watch for on the cross, which I think should come today. Just depends how much detail the defense or the prosecution is going to go to in this timeline as it goes along. Sir Walrus says proud to be number 583. That's awesome. They should almost be back from lunch. I think so. Let's see. You guys are awesome. She's up to 616 subscribers. That's cool. Okay, let's see the court. We don't have any audio coming in yet. Check the burner, says Richard. Just 1 second. I will do that. Brandi says, thanks. I tweeted your link for the live stream too. That's awesome. Let's see. I've got one from Amber. Richard, do you send something as well? I've got the audio clip from Amber. I've got Clover. Clover sitting by watching. Richard, that's awesome. Currently, my phone does not want to share anything to my computer, so it's hard for me to share a picture right now. What is Brandi's page? I'll post it again for you if you'd like to join it. I honestly think I think you'll love it. Honestly, she's a true crime fanatic, as we are. She loves it. She gets into the weeds. She's really good at taking the data and crunching it down and putting it on a sheet where it's in order. She's doing a great job on her YouTube videos as well. So it's good. Let the fireworks begin, says Lisa. WV says, I don't buy she did nothing wrong in a toxic relationship. It takes two to tango. WV, the defense will bring that out. If she did something wrong in this relationship, they're going to highlight it. They're going to underscore it. They're going to go over it from every angle they possibly can. Anything they can do to make her look bad, they're going to do. And it might backfire. You might leave today saying the defense lawyers are the worst scum of the earth. And maybe the jury feels the same way. And if it does, maybe they did go too far. But at the same time, it's their job to push back on the grounds that the prosecution's gained here. It's an adversarial system where we argue back and forth, and then the jury gets to make up their minds. G. Smith says, I caught up on Speed Talk. Crafty Ella, thank you so much. Appreciate all of you for subscribing to Brandi's channel. Let's see. Do you think the defense will bring up the girl who was supposed to see the night he was killed? Are you talking about there were two he's that were supposed to see a she the night he was killed? That's why I hesitate, Kay. The defendant had his own new girlfriend on the side that he was supposed to see and ended up not showing up to. We've already heard that testimony from her, that he just didn't show, and she's like, whatever, I'm going to bed. And then he's like, oh, I overslept. And so we've already heard that, but also, I believe that same night we've also heard from the victim in this case. Junior was supposed to see somebody that night who came to the apartment, went to the wrong house, and ended up leaving and not ever meeting with him. So both of those have been brought up. We're not sure how much more they're going to be brought up, but it's very clear that there were multiple relationships involved here. Let's see, Matthew Harris, welcome back. Good to have you here. Yo, do you see all the little white thumbs up button? That means you need to click it, says Pants. Thank you, Pants. Appreciate that. Well, it is an Apple product. Oh, Richard, you went there. I will say, Richard, for some reason, it's only your text to the burner phone that lock up my phone, and I don't know why. I have to open them on another Apple product for them to work properly. Wife of prosecutor in Texas, so when not watching Husband in Trial, will be tuned in here. Awesome, DP. That's amazing. We have some friends down in Texas already, and glad to add you to that list. I've got family down there too. Queen Olive says, hello everyone. I was just watching the video Brandi did about this case. It's excellent. I think she's released one. She should have another one out, like 2 videos, and the first one's half an hour long, and it catches you up on this whole trial. Basically, it catches you up to where we are, and then she'll probably start doing the videos, either live streams during the day or in the evening after the fact. And we're struggling with the feed. Look at this. This is crazy. Okay, we're just going to go here until they can sort out their video feed. It's all messed up. Katrina says, sub to Brandi. Okay, back to work. First client is trying to kill me. For those that don't know, Katrina is a pet groomer, and so she regularly donates blood while at work, involuntarily. Stephanie Willis says, I think it'll be a mistake if the female lawyer does the cross. She can really come across as very, what's the word for that? The good word. I know there are bad words for it, but what's the good word for the hostile attack? Teeth out, claws barred, or claws out, teeth bared. Mary Murphy says, I'm just getting here. What is Brady's channel? I'll post it one more time for you. It's right there. It's Brandi Churchwell. I keep calling her Brady, so she's going to have to change her name because apparently that's what my head wants to say when I see her name. Five Nights says, will cameras go off when daughter testifies? There's a good chance. We get the indication from the judge. He's already said he doesn't want the juvenile names used in court. So if he's protecting their name, which we already know because even the mom said it on the witness stand. Okay, it's just easy to say. But if he's trying to protect the names as much as he can, there's a good chance the child will not be broadcast as video, but possibly we will get audio. Why is that working like that? Oh. Okay. Hang on. I just found out that feed is my fault, not their fault. Okay. Well, luckily I've got a backup feed we can take. So we'll use that one instead for a while. Well, I figure out what's wrong with my Apple TV. Okay, I'll power it off and power it back on. Let's see. Is Brandi the same person as Toxic Orchid? No, it is not. Brandi is... I discovered Brandi on Twitter during the Alex Murdaugh trial. And she made Amber made a great chart and Brandi made a great chart. Tracking different things early on before the state ever came out with a chart that showed the timeline of all the events they were trying to discuss. Let's see, Matthew Harris Law. There's a Texan for you. Welcome. Let's see. Toxic Orchid is the creator of Discord. Yes, she is. She does a great job. Shelly Charles says, scooch over, my friends. Hit exclamation point seat. Pull up a chair up in the front row. They need Doug. What was his name? The Elmo guy. Doug is the Elmo guy. Also, Aziz for the lights. What was her name? What was the lady that did the lights in the other? What trial was that? Was that the Aaron Dean trial? I don't remember. Ricky Watson says, howdy from Plainview, Texas. I have not seen anybody say it's their birthday. And perhaps just March 13th is just not a common day to have a birthday. But has Lee been playing with your black leads again? Has somebody... Well, no, actually, it's working now. I rebooted my Apple TV, and now the stream seems to want to play nicely, which is great. There we go. So that means I can take it a little higher resolution. Bing. Bingo. Okay. Apple Pie Kennedy, defense attorney is like a bulldog, but not in a bad way. I will say, Apple Pie Kennedy, the defense attorney is incredible. I would love to have her defend me if I'm ever accused of something.
You may proceed. Thank you. Where we left off was with Candace Mila. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 2.
Justine Corona, today is my birthday and husband on our wedding anniversary. Justine Corona, congratulations. That is awesome.
At about 9:51 p.m.
Yes.
And on that date, does he ask you, who is Candace Mila?
Yes.
And your immediate response is, don't add her. It's one of his best friends. He just called me saying some bullshit about Candace and you being friends on Facebook since last summer. that all accurate?
Yes.
And is that a phone call you had had with who? You say he just called me. Who's he?
Zach.
Gonna try to clean up the audio a little bit. It's so bad.
And at 9:55 p.m. on that day, does Mr. Gutierrez respond with, "That's crazy. What is this guy up to?" And you respond, "I told him she doesn't know you and stop trying to super sleuth shit." And then you also ask, "Did she friend request you?" Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Gutierrez responds with, "Yes, just a couple of minutes ago." You respond, "Thought so," and he sends you a screenshot. Is this the screenshot, states Exhibit 53, that Mr. Gutierrez then sent you that night regarding Miss Mila's friend request?
Yes. Yes.
Judge just lost another round.
With, "Yeah, I figured," so he can see more of your page because it's probably private. What a creep. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, you immediately tell him not to add her. Why do you immediately tell him not to add Candace Mila?
Because they are good friends. And I knew that he would use her to try to get more information.
I'm sorry. It's mostly for defense because of where she sits and the microphone
Now,
just does not pick up her voice.
We've been talking a lot about
very
different
much.
phone messages during this time period, and you had before referenced that the defendant would send you things from different devices. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a couple of things.
See, this is much better. The mic's off. They just have one of the mics is like a general room ambient noise mic, and they use that to pick up this attorney's voice. And so we get mostly air conditioning noise.
Well, I'm going to hold it. Can you tell me what this is in terms of your knowledge about this case?
That's Zachariah's flip phone with the 689 number.
And
Yeah, the
is
flip
this
phone.
the primary phone he normally uses with other people?
Yes, that's the main number.
And
That's the main phone.
And is this a phone he's had for quite a while?
Yes,
So when we talk about flip phone, this is the one we're talking about.
correct.
That he states 112.
I think whoever's providing the audio was the lowest bidder on the project.
113. And can you tell me what this device is?
That's a smartphone of his. That's the burner phone. That's how I refer to it as the burner phone.
And why do
Burner
you
phone.
call this
I've got one of those.
Motorola G6 phone the burner phone?
Because it was an additional phone that he had that he was using to communicate with me. And it wasn't a regular phone that he used with me.
So during this time period in April of 2020, would he use both phones to talk to you?
Yes.
Now, we had just referenced the conversation that you had had with Mr. Gutierrez on April 30th regarding Candace Mila. So I'm going to show you a conversation between you and Mr. Anderson on the ANS flip phone from that same night before your
Jim Bobby.
conversation with Mr. Gutierrez.
You might be doing it wrong.
Do you see at the top here where...
I'm so sorry, what's that exhibit?
Oh, I apologize. Exhibit states 205, where you indicate to him at 9:43 p.m., what are you doing? Why do you care so much about my friend? Maybe you should care more about being kind than accusatory. You then say, your behavior is not acceptable, and you did put your hands on me that day several times.
Ooh.
And then you say, just because you didn't punch me doesn't mean it
Judge,
didn't.
I'm going to object and ask this be struck and taken down from the Elmo as that it's other acts.
She said he didn't strike her.
I beg your pardon?
She said he didn't strike her? But I'll move on. I'm just trying to get to this green message down here.
Oh, go ahead.
So then,
Wow.
sometime later on 5/1, does he send you a text that says, you always refuse to say we are done, you refuse to say it's over, you act angry with me for taking interest in someone else, while you and Booger sleep in the same bed? Is that accurate?
That's what he said.
And back on that one would be on May 1st of 2020. Had you in any way said anything to the defendant about wanting to continue trying to work on your relationship?
No.
They're making eye contact with each other, which is interesting. She's like, he's peering. Oh. He's mouthing words and staring intently right at her eyes. Look at that sigh. Oh my goodness.
So that was 5/1
Oh my
at
goodness.
around 11:30 a.m. Now I'm going to show you states 196, which is from 5/1 at 3:08 p.m. Now from the other phone, the Moto G6 phone.
He talks to
Stage
himself. He talks to his
196.
sleep.
Text messages between you and the defendant. And does he tell you, you called me a pig, so when your pants came off the other night, did that make you a pig? And then he says, when Booger didn't get up and leave, was he a pig? Were either of you pigs when you went into the bedroom? And you respond at 3:09 p.m., wow, what is the matter with you?
Yes.
And then he responds sometime later, I don't want to be yelled at because he is clearly more than a friend, and I definitely don't want to hear about how great of a guy he is when he clearly isn't. You somehow found the only man on the planet who drives up from Kenosha just to make sure the bulb in your kitchen light is the right wattage, but isn't fishing for a wet cock. And then he says, because we both know you and him are looking for more. Are those accurate?
Yes.
And then does he send this last message? And that is your choice, and that isn't something that I could offer you and I a future together. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, at any point during that day, did you broach the subject of wanting a future with the defendant?
No.
Did you specifically bring up to the defendant anything about your night with Mr. Gutierrez from April 25th, or is that something he brought up to you?
No, it's up to me.
It's a good song, Apple Pie Kennedy. Yeah, this guy, he's got some issues. Did his attorney just say they can tell what you're saying? They can tell what you're saying. Oh my goodness.
Do you recall something concerning happening with your daughter that caused you concern?
Yes, there was an incident that was happening with my daughter and one of her friends.
Let me be more specific. Do you recall an incident regarding a cell phone your daughter was possessing to potentially record you?
I'm going to object as far as leading.
Can I have just a second to speak with Ms. Mueller? I just wanted...
Go ahead.
So she's talking with the defense here to see if they can reach an agreement to let something in. She was leading. She full on said, do you recall a conversation you had with your daughter about a cell phone she possessed that she possibly was using to record you? You're telling the whole story, and all that she would have to say is yes. you need to have the witness provide some of that testimony. So you could say, was there something that happened with your daughter? And she said, yes. She had his cell phone that I felt was being used to record me, something like that.
My objection due to the conversation I just had with the state.
Okay, they came to a conclusion. The defense withdrew the objection, so now she's going to get to go forward.
On May 7th, do you recall having a concern that potentially your daughter was recording you with a phone?
Yes. So we had previously been handling a situation with our daughter, and we had an agreement, Zach and I made an agreement that she was not to have any electronics, any phones or electronics on her. And so later that night, myself and the kids were at my friend Becky's house, Rebecca, and a phone had dropped out of Olivia's lap. And I noticed it, and I noticed that it was like a smartphone that she was not supposed to have. So I took it from her and I asked her about it and where she got it from, and she was terrified. And she explained to me that...
I don't object as far as her explanation of what her daughter said to her as hearsay.
Sustained. The daughter is going to be in to testify directly.
You finding that phone, did you look through that phone just to see what or where it had come from?
Yes.
And did you find something on that phone that you found concerning?
Yes. When I took the phone, I recognized that it was one of her dad's phones. And...
Okay. I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as States 254.
This can be frustrating, but in our system, the defendant has the right to face their accusers because at this point, the defendant is innocent unless proven guilty. He has the right to face his accusers and see what charges they're laying against him. This can be incredibly difficult for witnesses, and a lot of times some witnesses, because of this, will not cooperate.
That's GPS tracker or an Amazon GPS tracker that was purchased on Amazon.
$10.49.
Okay, this
feedback is bad. Oh my goodness.
Is the delivery estimate say...
Sorry, Judge, we're getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, we are.
Delivery estimate April 21st, 2020 by 8 p.m.
Yes.
And quantity 2, mini real-time GPS tracker, car, GPS locator, SMS/GSM/GPRS number.
Yes.
And then towards the bottom is the payment information. Involves Mr. Anderson's name and his address in Mequon.
Yes.
Why at this point on May 7th did this cause you concern?
Because I was already concerned with the behaviors that I knew already about with him. And so this kind of solidified those feelings that he was tracking me and following and were possibly true.
Now, moving to May 8th of 2020, do you recall having plans that day for the defendant to have the children?
What day?
The feed's cutting in and out. They're having trouble with it.
Do you recall on that day having a phone call, a rather lengthy phone call with the defendant regarding some of the child care things for that day?
It's possible. I don't remember exactly.
And
if she continues this line of question, there'll be an objection because she says she doesn't remember.
And are you aware that some of those phone conversations from that day were recorded by the defendant?
No.
I'm going to play for you a recording from May 8th.
She's not aware.
It's going to be 3 separate clips, and I'm going to ask that you be able to identify the parties if you can.
I'm going to object. These recordings were not recordings that were stipulated to, and she's testified that she has no knowledge of it.
Yep.
Cross Foundation.
These are located in her phone.
No, they're located.
I'm sorry, on the laptop. They're part of the computer information. That's all been stipulated to Foundation.
I thought the witness's last answer
was no.
included the possibility of the current.
Yep. The audio's poor, but
All photographs, financial records, phone records, social media records, computer downloads, and phone downloads. So, yeah.
It's stipulated to judges computer download.
Stipulated that it be
Foundation
admitted without sponsorship.
The foundation at the
That the foundation's been established, not that it be admitted.
It can be plain, and if she recognizes the voices, she is able to be a sponsor.
Maybe I missed it.
Okay.
I thought that the witness's last answer stated that there had been no communication that you're not aware.
No, my last question was, did she know she was being recorded? And her answer was no.
And now I thought...
now you're going to play the recording.
Right, so she's not the one that recorded these, so these would be downloads from his computer from conversations from May 8th.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We need to set up the system.
Vinny believes it'll be loud enough without it.
Okay.
So I'm going to play the recordings here.
This is marked as 2020_5.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, it's on 255.
The judge just told them only one lawyer should be
All of these recordings
commenting.
are-
Sometimes he cracks down on that, sometimes he doesn't.
And I will be starting the recording at 1 hour, 24 minutes, and 57 seconds.
Try and fit somebody else in there. That's what I know. Don't have a fucking girlfriend. And a whole lot of fuck you for all your accusations. Because it hurts me to know that it's not available. But you get all the space and all the freedom. And I'm sorry I had to go fucking look. I really am, but it was fucking killing me, Sadie.
Ms. Beecham, do you recognize that voice on that recording?
Yes.
And who is that?
Zach.
We'll see you, Jen.
At what point did
Thanks for
I
being in
stopped
here.
it at 1:25:16.
That was Zach with the potty mouth.
And I'll be restarting at 1:28:43.
How I really feel about things, and then I do stop, and I'm like, that's not love, that's not caring.
No.
Well, counsel's saying she can't.
Yep, we'll get the...
weird, it seems to be on the speakers also.
Well, so we didn't have this set up. Vinny thought it'd be loud enough without.
Oh.
It's never going to plug into the system. It might get definitely loud. So if you're wearing headphones now, it might be a time to turn down your volume just a little bit until it starts playing. Otherwise, you might have to file a class action lawsuit against YouTube and me by extension for hearing damage.
I figure out how I really feel about things, and then I do stop, and I'm like, that's not love, that's not caring.
No, it's jealousy. It's the ugly version. It's
like, holy shit, too much.
Yeah, it's jealousy. It's the sickening feeling of that ugly fucking evil. And I'm sorry it fucking... Huh?
Caring forever you or if we finish, you're always going to be like that. You're always going to have that. And then
No.
whether or not there would be something to it or not, or
No.
anything,
I don't.
it always came back to me. It always.
Ending at 1:29:17.
I'd ask, just for the rule of completeness, that continue to be played for not 30 seconds. Is it cut off, Mr. Anderson?
Rule of completeness. She has the right.
Do you have a comment on that?
I don't.
Then play
Do
it.
I have a comment? All right, go ahead then.
Hold on. Let's flip it around. Can we wait? Wait. Hold on a second. Can we just flip the whole fucking table around? Because it's the best way to do it, just to draw the contrast. Because if the situation was reversed, if the...
That's 30 seconds later.
Thank you.
He is, he's covering a smile. Or a smirk, yeah.
Then I'll be restarting it at 1 hour, 33 minutes, and 0 seconds.
Anyway, I can't go back and change the past. I'll always be jealous. It's just, I never thought of myself as a jealous guy. And honestly, by and large, for most women, I'm not. But for you, I definitely am. For you, you're a version of beautiful I just can't let go. So happy I got 3 kids with you.
Ending that at 1:33:22.
I can't help but think in his head he's got that line from Dumb and Dumber. So you're saying there's a chance, going on when there is zero chance.
You've heard those clips. Can you identify the female voice also on the recording?
That's me.
And during those conversations where there's some talk of his jealousy, are you giving him any hope that there's a future for you here?
No, I'm just reiterating that there's just really no going back.
And so on May 8th, best that you can remember, what was the plan regarding the kids being with the defendant for that night?
I believe I was going to be dropping them off at his place, and then I had to, I think I had to take something over by my brother's and stop at his house too, and then I was going by Rosalio's.
And had you told the defendant the part of you going by Rosalio's that night?
No.
Approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 207, text messages between you and the defendant on his flip phone. Starting at roughly 6:41 p.m., do you say to him, you want me to drop drop off kids? And he goes with, not home, what time you need to be gone? You respond with, was going to drop off the water lily by Charles, but it's not a big deal. Kids ate and are asking where you are, so I thought I'd offer. There's then a phone conversation between the two of you. And then at about 7:15, you indicate, got to get the lily out of the pond and load it then to you. At 7:18, the defendant responds, you are super excited. He then says, not asking what's happening after that flower, but your frequency changed to less tired. You then respond, I'm less than excited about getting pond scum on me. We'll be there soon. And then you confirm, yep, you're still tired?
Yes.
Okay. Then a little further down, at 9:21 p.m., do you get a text message from the defendant, too much makeup and perfume for Charles? I'm sorry, who's Charles?
Charles is my brother.
Too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic, calls me Zachariah when she feels good, and then an hour and 20 minutes later, the word denim shirt, Kenosha. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
Then does he also send you what appears to be some sort of Do You Love Her, Jessie Reyes song title at 11:53?
No, I sent that to him.
So, denim shirt, Kenosha. So at that point, had you made any mention to him or the kids that you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
Do we know Zachariah's middle initial?
Did you go to your brother's home and drop off that Lily?
I did.
And then what did you do?
So when I got to my brother's, I actually got the text message about that you just saw, the first one. And then I became suspicious, thinking, how does he know this? And knowing that what I'd seen with the trackers, then I just was on very high alert. So when I got to my brother's, I started looking through my car. Like I looked under the seats, looked in the front and the back, and I didn't see anything, and I just kind of shuffled myself on, and then drove down to Kenosha. When I got there, I got the second text message, and again, started checking my car. I have 2 pockets that are in the back seats of behind my seats, so I was checking in there. And then the boys have booster seats. They're not car seats, they're just booster seats. So they're not like buckled in, they just lift, they just sit on the seat. So I just lifted up the the booster seat, and there was
I'm going to show you something I found here.
The burner phone face down underneath the seat, and I grabbed it and realized that it was his phone, and I couldn't turn it off.
This is the Wisconsin Child Support
protected,
lien docket,
protected, so
which
I was
appears to have a Zachariah J. Anderson.
Finding it, and I was upset.
A little bit of
I believe
child support.
I went in the house and talked to Rosalio about it, and he kind of helped me turn off the phone.
Coincidence?
And I shut the phone off.
Not sure.
Previously shown you what had been marked as State's Exhibit 113. I believe you had termed the burner phone.
Anyway, somebody had said if they're curious if he had ever
Was
paid,
this the phone that you found underneath your
child
kid's
support.
booster seat?
Yes.
SoCo Judy was asking that, so that's what I found.
Approach you with what's been marked
So date-wise, we're about May 8th.
as States Exhibit 4 and 5.
We're working our way up. We're about a week before the murder. Why is it freezing here? Or is she just holding really still? She's just holding really still.
Ms. Beecham, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as States Exhibit 4.
That cash he had,
That on the
$47,000, was
defendant's
probably
MSI
confiscated by the
laptop was
police.
titled 5_8_2020, and then 8:54 p.m. I'm sorry, 9:16 p.m., excuse me. Do you see generally what this is a map of?
Map of the I guess I'm going to object it. She's going to have no knowledge of this, and
I guess I'm going to object.
Even though the foundation I've stipulated to, I just don't think this is an appropriate witness to move this particular exhibit in.
This is the faraway shot of it. Obviously, it's a map of Kenosha with a pin. Then we have the close-up one where I believe she'll be able to say where this location is.
Correct, but it's just her speculating as to the contents of it. She has no personal knowledge of this, has never seen it, can't attest to...
All she asked, though, is can you describe where this is? She just asked whether she can say where it is. You're
Well,
right.
I don't know if she's ever seen it before. She was asked, I think, something along the lines of, does she know what it is, or can she identify it?
Correct.
Do you know what that is, ma'am?
A map of the Kenosha area and a ping of a phone.
So now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5. Do you know what that location is in relation to this case?
What's that location?
I apologize. Where the green circle approximate location on this map is?
That is Rosalito's building. So the middle building right there, that's where I would park.
This document on Mr. Anderson's laptop was titled 5_8_2020, 9:17 p.m. So on that date, at that approximately that time, is that where you were?
Yes.
Laura K., I've got a video for you to watch. It's by Brandi Churchwell. I'm going to link her video, her channel in chat. And you should, first of all, you should follow and subscribe. And you should tell her that you came here from our channel.
So after you find the burner phone in your vehicle,
she has a video where she catches you up on this trial in about half an hour.
With the defendant at that point?
I don't recall my very next stops. I know that I was upset about it. I know I, had a conversation with Rosalito about it. I know I expressed being very upset about the fact that that there was a phone in my car tracking me, and that I knew that wasn't right.
Just one clarifying point. You've already seen State's Exhibit 207.
I believe both the witness and the defendant are in their 40s.
That text message that says, too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic. That text message came in May 8th at 9:21 p.m. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And would that be roughly 4 minutes after the map ping of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment as found on the defendant's laptop?
Yeah.
I don't know. What's the pond water reference? This is a great question. Who's he calling pond water? Is that Junior? Can you imagine?
Now, did you tell the defendant that you had found his phone in your vehicle on that day?
I don't remember if it was that day, but I did inform him that I knew about it and that I found it.
And what was his response to you indicating you had found his phone in the place you had found it?
He said, oh, well, maybe I dropped it or something.
Every time he texts her a song, it's probably the one she was listening to at the time, just to show that he knows what's going on. That must have just been, I mean, what a jerk of a power play. KT, welcome and congratulations. You have our support.
Conversation where you confront him about that phone on May 10th at roughly 7:33 p.m.?
I did confront him about the phone, about finding it, yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states 208. At roughly 10:43 p.m. you get a text from him, all dolled up to go out, and you go to Kenosha because you found my phone, or you already had plans and just like to try to guilt me. And then he says, you treat me like I am so stupid. And you respond with, I had no plans to go there actually. After I found it, I called and asked if I could cruise out and why. I didn't even go inside because he had his kid. And then he goes with, a little bit later on, I doubt it. You stayed out all night. You could have just brought the phone back to my place right away if you found it at Charles. And if you found it and didn't want me to see where you were going, you would have shut the phone off before you left Charles's place. Seems to me you want to know enough. Seems to me you want me to know enough for it to leave me hurting, even though you claim you want privacy and space. And
This
you
guy's a
respond
piece of
with,
work.
I prefer you not know anything, but you are inserting yourself. Also, if I would have brought it back, it would have been ugly. You pissed me off. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
He's saying,
So after finding
clearly,
his phone,
you want to be back together because you didn't turn my phone off to hide
Yes.
where you were.
Ultimately, do you eventually give the phone back to him?
After he insisted that he search my car for it, I then told him I had it and that I found it. So initially he had told me that he had dropped his phone, he had lost his phone. And I had said, I kind of said, oh, where did that happen?
So
and
she
I
had it
didn't
for a
know
while.
I had the phone at that point. And he'd said, well, I want to search your car for it. And I said, well, why would it be in my car? And he said, oh, well, maybe I dropped it in your car. And I
Dropped
said, well,
it under a seat. Turned on.
why would it be? I didn't find it in my car. Why would it be in my car? So he's like, I just want to come over and look. I just want to look. I need to find that phone. So I let him come over and he looked through the car and I was watching him as he was looking through the car, and he kind of searched around and he lifted up the car seat to look under it, and obviously the phone wasn't there because it already had it. And so then, he was pretty distraught and said, I need to find that phone. And I said, look, I found the phone and it was in the car. It was under the car seat. What's this about? Why are you doing this? And just confronted him about it. I told him that I would give it back to him, but that he needed to tell me what was going on and why he was doing this. I ultimately gave him back the phone, and he left. He got upset with me, and then he left.
Now, at this point, as of May 8th of 2020, have you indicated to the defendant at all that you're interested in rekindling your relationship with him?
No.
I'm going to draw your attention to May 13th in the early morning hours, starting at 1:30 a.m.
Okay, we're getting closer.
We'll
You guys want this poll? I'll put it together. Just 1 second.
G6 cell phone.
Now,
Exhibit 197.
I'll word this carefully, so read the question carefully before you answer.
At 1:30 a.m., does he text you, hurts bad, you know, really fucking bad? And you say, I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm really not.
Yes.
And then he responds with, I know, trying to do what is right for you, believing it isn't me anymore. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And that text comes in at 2:02 a.m.?
Yes.
And then are there a string of text messages that come in?
Sorry, counsel, was that 192 or 197?
197. 197.
Thank you.
Then at 2:24 a.m., do we then have text messages from him involving chasing that bump from a new someone every week and not having the kick in the stomach must be nice? 2:27 a.m. Us without jealousy is great though. 2:28 a.m. Him. I will always wish we would have done everything to fight that instead of give up. 2:41 a.m. You know that feeling you used to get when you would look at your phone and it had a message from me? 2:46 a.m. from him. Got all drowned out throwing hurtful words back and forth. 2:54 a.m. Got smothered to death in all the ugly messages that you held on to. 2:57 a.m. And it isn't wrong to make mistakes. It is wrong to fail to learn and improve. There is a happiness in that. 2:58. In making improvements and doing things better. 3 o'clock. I am just not yet seeing that I would want to try for anything better with anyone else but the mother of my kids and the only real something I ever found in life. 3:02. For me, I always find forgiveness for the ugly shit because the special moments really wrote themselves on my heart. A heart that pounds out, 3:16 a.m. A heart that pounds out the agony every night and it races as I lose another fight. Blurred by the flood of all these tears, I can barely type, out of sight, and sick with fear. Are those all accurate?
Yes.
And did you respond to any of those messages over the hour and 15 minutes that he sent them to you?
I've got a link for you.
No.
And why not?
Because I was done. I was just done responding, and it became too much. It's very overwhelming when someone's constantly doing these kinds of things. So sometimes just getting to the point of not responding anymore seemed to be the best.
So that was May 13th at ultimately 3 o'clock in the morning, roughly. Now on May 13th, did you secure child care so you could go see Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And did you use the defendant for that child care or someone else, if you recall?
I believe that time was someone else.
And did you make the defendant aware of what your plans were for that night?
No.
And why did you not make him aware of what your plans were for that night?
He didn't need to know. We weren't together. There's no reason for him to know.
So I'm going to approach...
Okay, we're going to go ahead and end the poll.
With State's Exhibit 209.
Looks like
from the flip phone.
75% think he will, and 25% think he won't.
And I'm going to show you these
sorry,
messages.
other way around. 25% think he will take the stand.
Roughly 9:09 p.m.
75 say
does
no.
he text you?
He should not take the
And
stand.
it's after 9. Just arrive after kids go to bed, question mark? Is that a message he sent you?
Yes.
Now, he doesn't have your children, so had you communicated in some other way to him that you were not going to be watching the kids that night?
No.
Then at 9:36 p.m., is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch, question mark? When you received that at 9:36 p.m., did you actually see it right away?
I did.
And does that cause you? Did that text message cause you concern based on anything that was happening at that time down at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
That night, I went down to meet Rosalio, and we had plans to go get a bite to eat. So we went to get like a food truck, and we got some tacos and went back to his house. And we had gotten there, probably about 9, little after 9. And we had finished eating, and he was getting ready to go take a shower, and he said, do you want me to just leave this on, or do you want me, do you want to watch this, or do you want to watch something else? He literally said the same thing. And, you know, I said, you know, this is fine. And then while he was in the shower, I got this text message that came through.
So the question, is this okay for right now, or is there something else you want to watch? Is something Mr. Gutierrez had just said to you?
Correct.
Yeah, that's
now,
creepy.
Ultimately, you wait a couple of hours to respond, and you say, WTF are you talking about? You're texting the wrong person again. You then follow that up with an hour later. Please stop following me, and you're going too far, Zach. What did you mean about the please stop following me portion of this message?
I was pretty freaked out, the fact that I got a text message saying exactly what Rosalio just said to me. So I assumed the only way that he would have known that or been able to hear that was if he was there. So I assumed that he had followed me.
And did that scare you?
Absolutely.
And why did that scare you?
Well, I think knowing that anybody's following you is pretty scary, especially when you're getting a lot of information about behavior that's scary, that's tracking, and
now, after what had happened leading up to May 13th, did you make a decision regarding custody of your kids and filing paperwork in that regard?
There was a conversation that happened, I believe it was on the 8th. Zach called me and said, so are you ready to hate me? And I said, what, why, what? And he said, well, I'm going to take the kids. I'm filing for custody of the kids. I'm going to take the kids from you. And I said, okay. And he said, well, don't you want to talk about it? And I said, no. I said, you told me what you were going to do, and okay, fine. And so then I think he didn't realize, but I had already had the paperwork filled out, so I left and filed the paperwork myself. I felt that he was now threatening to take my kids from me, and so that's what that was about.
Why does it sound like someone's playing games on their phone? Jared, because the judge has a ringtone that sounds like the end of a game. So when he gets a message from, I believe, a certain app or a certain person, he hears that little Space Invaders game over sound. I personally would think that would be highly disrespectful to be as a witness on the stand testifying about these things here and hearing that sound in the background from the judge. But that's what the judge does here.
Previously been marked on State's Exhibit 1, item number 323.
It's interesting because the daughter seems to have been cooperating with a lot of what Zach put into play. So we'll see if she comes off hostile to the state or not.
Ms. Beecham, do you recognize that address? Like whose address that is?
That's Rosalia's address.
And do you recognize the handwriting that address is written in?
That's Zachariah's handwriting.
And you're sure about that?
Yes.
Was that address any information you'd ever provided to Mr. Anderson regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
I believe the state's going to call the daughter to testify. The daughter's 15 now, I believe.
After you had received a text message from the defendant regarding what had just been spoken between Mr. Gutierrez and yourself, in the subsequent day, did you and Mr. Gutierrez have a discussion about that as well?
Yes.
Showing you State's Exhibit 220. Says to you, so now I have to lock my shit up before I bugs my house. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And then says, babe, I'm really getting annoyed with this man. And you say, fuck, I know, I'm sorry. He's trying to make it hard for us. He wants you to be fed up enough to walk away from me. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And why do you think that what made you feel that way regarding this whole situation?
I feel like he not only was stalking me, or he not only was harassing me, but he started doing things to him, and that was equally scary.
On May 14th, does the defendant send you further messages that you find to be, or I guess that were regarding meeting Junior?
So he was very condescending in his text messages, very passive aggressive all the time. So he would always be accusatory or try to say something mean or a dig at me. So there were several messages or several times that he would, take a stab at myself or him.
Approaching with State's 210.
Can I see the exhibit first?
Communications between your phone and the flip phone on May 14th starting at roughly 4:15 p.m. First message there, highlighted in green, from the defendant, you want me to stop by and meet Junior tonight. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Had you ever indicated to him that you had any interest in him meeting Junior?
No, he would just randomly text me things like this.
Judge, the voices are too loud over here. I'm having trouble hearing.
I apologize. My mic's off. I apologize.
It is?
Yeah, my mic's off.
We're having the opposite problem now. Well, I can tell you that I heard it, as did Mr. District Attorney. Okay.
And then you continue to have an argument regarding that phone that you found in your car. So you admit to me you put it in my car to track me, and I give it to you and ask you to stop tracking me. He then says, you required I say that before you would give it back. I don't need a phone to know where you go. I can usually tell. You then said, I required nothing but the truth. You provided that of your own volition. And then he says you wouldn't agree to return the phone until said whatever you wanted to hear. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on he tells you, and I called Cricket to find where the phone was. I could have swore it was in my van playing music while I cleaned. I searched and researched the van and then the house. I searched the house repeatedly the next day in front of the kids. And you say, keep telling your story so you believe it, because I don't. In fact, I knew you would say all of this. You are predictable and manipulative. And then ultimately he says to you, so maybe I'm just saying you should stop and give it a second thought before you accuse me of stuff. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then after texting that at roughly 4:34 p.m. and 4:42 p.m., does he then come back with, so you're saying I can stop by and meet your someone later?
Yes.
Was there any interaction during these messages that went from him asking if you wanted him to meet Junior to you saying, yes, you should come over and meet Junior that night?
No, never.
Fast forward to May 16th of 2020.
We're getting close to the date where he was killed.
What was the plan in regards to the children that night with the defendant?
That night, the 16th, Zach had the kids.
And were they ultimately going to be spending the night at his place that night?
Yes.
And had you been in contact with Mr. Gutierrez that day, just like you normally were every day?
Yes, I had the kids during the day. We hung out all day, and then Zach had plans with the kids for the next day, so I exchanged them that night. So Mr. Gutierrez had his kids, and so there wasn't really any set plans for us that day.
I'm going to approach with State Exhibit 221.
The 17th was the day I think he died, and then Zach was arrested on the 19th.
And Mr. Gutierrez on the 16th,
Or it's
starting
the
at
18th and the 20th.
Yeah.
It's 2 days apart between his death and Zach's arrest.
So does he tell you we are at Dick's buying
Nobody,
son
yeah.
some cleats and slides for baseball?
But they left all the blood behind.
I'm going to object as far as the relevance of this message string.
It goes into the plan that they make later that night.
Go ahead.
And then he says $226 later, accurate?
Yes.
You then respond, whoa, those are some expensive slides, LOL. And he tells you it turned into bats. And you say, ha ha ha. And then ultimately, at right around 5:09 p.m., he asks you, what are you doing tonight?
Yes.
And you respond at 5:12, I don't have the kids tonight. What are you guys up to? 5:17?
Yes.
And he tells you, well, you are welcome to join us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when he says us, who did you take that to mean in that text message?
He and the kids.
And he tells you they are okay with it, and you say aw, and then you say you got to jump in the shower real quick. And he says okay, and at 6:07 p.m. you guys have a 5-minute phone call. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I caught your typo before you could clear it, tag.
7:18 p.m. You
Welcome.
text, I'm almost as nervous as I was meeting you, LOL. And he tells you, oh babe, don't be.
Yes.
And he tells you she's playing with her Barbies and his son is watching baseball highlights. Is that accurate?
Yep.
And then at 7:20 you say LOL 5 minutes. Is that also accurate?
Yes.
Now, up until May 16th, had you had any opportunity to meet his children?
No.
And I think you've already told us this, he hadn't met your children at that point, correct?
No.
So when you get that text message inviting you down for the evening, do you go?
I did.
And what do you guys do while you're there the night of the 16th?
I arrived. He was making a meal. And so when I got there, I was just kind of hanging out with the kids, just eating them. We ate, and then after we ate, he suggested we go get ice cream. So we went to Dairy Queen, and we got ice cream, and then came back to the house.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
We watched a movie. We all just kind of hung out, watched a movie together, painted some rocks. We went out outside kind of his patio area. There were some rocks out there, and his daughter liked to paint, and she's kind of artsy, so we decided to paint some rocks and just all kind of just hung out. And then it got late after the movie, so then I left.
So you did not spend the night that night?
I did not.
Now, when you dropped your children off with the defendant that day, did you tell him any sort of plans you had for that night?
No, I didn't have plans really that night.
Okay, I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 198, a text message from the defendant's Motorola G6 phone.
This guy had all the phones. He had the G6, he had the iPhone, he had a flip phone.
On May 16th at roughly 11:23 p.m., did you receive a text from the defendant that is as follows? You race down to Kenosha every chance you get to lay with some Down syndrome Mexican version of your father, just to pull a nose full and laugh at anything he says as you desperately throw yourself at him, and in that you have your happiness.
Yes.
And did you respond to that message in any way?
No.
And had you told him you were headed down to Kenosha?
No.
I don't think
Let's
he's
talk a little
embarrassed.
bit about Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You'd obviously been there a number of times up to May 16th of 2020.
Yes.
And so were you familiar with an area rug that was in the living room?
Yes.
And how would you describe that area rug in the living room?
It was I don't know, maybe 5x8, 5x7 type rug. Gray, had like gray swirls on it. Or some design with gray and grayish white on it.
And when you left there on May 16th, a little before midnight, when you left, was that rug in its place in the living room?
It was. And I remember because his daughter and I were dancing on it, and we were kind of tripping on the edge because the edge was a little up, so it was there.
And when you left on May 16th of 2020, was there any red stains on any of the walls?
No.
Was there blood all over the apartment?
Any red stain pooling on the carpet on the floor?
They're almost done with their testimony. It'll be cross here soon.
Was there any red stains on the couch?
Might have a short break between the two.
Now, on May 16th, you testified that that was the first time you'd ever met his kids. Did you consider that to be a big deal in your relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
And why was it a big deal in your mind?
Because we really hadn't introduced our kids to each other yet. We had talked about it, but with like COVID and everything going on, there just really wasn't an opportunity. And being that it was kind of a new relationship, we were just cautious. I think we were both being cautious and protective of our kids.
Did you believe this was a step forward in your relationship?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we were at a point where he felt comfortable enough to invite me over to meet his kids. So I felt happy about that, and that was
one of the last questions
kind of
she'll be
forward,
asked is,
that
did
he
you ever
felt
hear from him
comfortable
again?
enough, and that he trusted me around his kids.
And after you left his home on the late hours of May 16th of 2020, did you ever see Mr. Gutierrez alive again?
No.
There it is. That's the no further questions point. Let's see if they're done here.
Going to approach with States Exhibit 222. Messages between you and Mr. Gutierrez on May 17th, starting at roughly 12:52 p.m.
Okay, so
Does this start with
she
you
never saw him
indicating,
again. He's still
really
alive at this
enjoyed
point. They're
hanging out with
texting.
you guys. Thank you for inviting me. And him responding, it was nice seeing his daughter open up with you. And you said, she's adorable and his son is funny too.
Yes.
And a little bit later on, do you ask him if he's okay? And he says, yeah, I'm good. Why you ask?
Yes.
And you say, just checking in, babe. And he says, that's twice now. Are you having second thoughts of us? And you respond with, not at all. I was actually think about us a lot today. And he asks you, what about us? Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then you text him, just that I think we could have a lot of fun, all of us, and I think our kids would get along great, and thinking that I want you to be my person for a while, like hopefully a long while. And he then loves that message.
Yes.
And you indicate, I think it's going to be challenging, of course, but I think we could survive. I hope anyways. Accurate?
Yes.
And then a little bit later on, it says, this rain is crazy. It's like Mother Nature telling Wisconsin you don't know how to act with warm weather and a virus. And you said, it is. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Do you remember it raining that day?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, later on that evening, at roughly 8:33 p.m., you get a text from him that just says, I just dropped off his daughter, going over to Mike's for a little bit. And you say, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something. And then he sends okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
After that text message of okay at 8:36 p.m. on the 17th, do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
Okay, no further questions? They're stalling. They're stalling for impact. Who found the apartment? I don't believe it was her. I believe it was one of his friends or somebody. Do you think Sadie did? I thought it was the guy friend that already testified. We need some audio here. This would be nice.
And at this time, I think we've established the defendant usually sends you a number of different messages.
Yes.
During you on most average days, there's a lot of different text messages exchanged between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Okay, I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 211. May 17th at 5:13 p.m., were you simply sent to him here?
Yes.
What was that in reference to, if you recall?
That I was at his house.
To pick up the children?
To pick up the kids, yes.
And then, is there another text to or from the defendant's flip phone?
That was me. I do the slurping every time I see
you
anyone
until
drinking on the
May
screen.
18th
Doesn't
at
matter who it is.
8:34 p.m.
Yeah, there's no communication there.
And was that unusual, given the amount of communication?
I'm gonna object. Speculative.
World.
Is that unusual that on days when usually he's texting multiple times that there's no communication from May 17th at 5:13 p.m.?
It will be that woman. She's the one making the
You reached out to
objections.
him
She'll
on
be
May
doing the
18th
questioning.
At 8:30 p.m.
Yes. That was unusual.
Now, when you picked up the kids on May 17th at roughly 5 p.m., what vehicles, if any, of the defendants did you see at his residence?
The only vehicle I recall seeing was the van.
And was that a vehicle that in 2020 you had ever driven?
No, that was his minivan, his car, his vehicle.
They're right here near the end of the questioning for her. Let's see what else they have. If there's dirt on Sadie, I'm afraid the defense is going to bring it out right here. There may be parts of those phone calls that were not played that they're going to play, where she sounds a lot meaner and more of an attacker. They'll do anything they can to change the perception the jury has of her within the limits that the judge will allow. You guys slurping while I'm drinking now? Is that what I'm doing? The eye contact between Zach and the witness are just, he doesn't think it's over still, like to this day.
You picked up the kids on May 17th from the defendant. Do you recall what he was wearing as like a jacket?
He was wearing jeans, a white shirt, and a blue plaid flannel that he always wears or wore.
When you say he always wore it, what does that mean? How often would you see him in this jacket?
All the time. That's what he wore.
That
was
the
his
only thing he wore.
Jacket.
Welcome, Dave Grumbles. Thanks for becoming an addict by clicking the subscribe button.
Is this the jacket you're talking about when you say the flannel jacket you're talking regarding?
Yes.
And was this one of his favorite jackets?
Objection, speculation.
He wore it very often.
There was an objection.
Representing what the witness perceived to be a favorite of his.
And is there any chance that this jacket is somewhere in your home?
No.
Maybe that jacket got burnt. Is that what we're talking about? Yeah, she answered without the judge ruling on the objection.
After
Then he
you picked
overruled
up
it.
the children on May 17th, what did you do that night?
I went home. It was a Sunday, so I went home and got ready for school for the week.
Monday the 18th, at some point, that you hadn't really heard from...
Object, it's leading.
I'll rephrase.
All right, go ahead.
Based on the... Did you hear from Mr. Gutierrez at all on Monday, May 18th?
No. On the 17th, I got the text message from him, and I felt that it was... He would text me every night before he'd go to bed, and it didn't matter like what time it was. So I didn't get any like good night text from him. And then the next day, I didn't get a good morning text from him. That would have been the 18th. So I found that to be kind of odd that he hadn't texted me or communicated with me at all after he had said that he would text me when he got back or when he got home.
So you not hearing from him you consider to be unusual?
Yes. Like I said, he'd text me literally every morning and every night without fail.
I'm approaching with States 193. The last thing on the 17th that you received at 8:36 p.m. was okay, and then on the 18th at about 12:11 p.m. did you text him, "Hey you, another rainy day, hope your day is going well"?
Yes.
And then he did respond to that, so you sent him some sort of emojis at 2:34, is that accurate?
Yes.
And he didn't respond to that, so you attempted to call him at 5:21 p.m.?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened with that call?
It went right to voicemail.
Now, in your several-month relationship with Mr. Gutierrez, was that unusual?
Yes.
So at 5:27, do you then send a text, "Babe, everything okay? Haven't heard from you all day. Just let me know you're okay"?
Yes.
And then he doesn't respond to that, so at 7 p.m., do you try to call him again?
Yes.
And what happens when you call
I understand,
him at
Norma.
7 p.m.?
Stay safe. We'll catch up with you when this is done,
And
okay?
at 7:42 p.m., do you attempt a Facebook call between your Facebook profile and his?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happens when you attempt that?
I get no answer.
Good advice from Jenny Lynn on how to get the blood out, right?
Then what would now be Tuesday, May 19th at 7:32 p.m. Do you attempt another Facebook call from you to him?
Yes, this was Tuesday morning.
And obviously that one's not picked up either?
Correct.
And then at 8:17 a.m., do you attempt to call his cell phone again?
Yes.
And is that picked up or is that voicemail again?
Voicemail.
And then on 5:19 at 10:20 a.m., do you attempt to call him again?
Yes.
And does that go straight to voicemail?
Yes.
Now, after that happens at 10:20 a.m. on the 19th, what do you elect to do moving forward regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
Well, the 18th, I was pretty concerned because I had not heard from him at all. And so I wasn't really sure. Had a lot of things kind of going through my head about why he wasn't. I thought maybe he got into an accident. I thought maybe he left his phone somewhere. Just kind of all the normal things that you would think is, is this person okay? What's going on? I knew he had kids that he loved and cared about. So it was odd that his phone just was off and that he wasn't answering or responding at all. So that Monday, I was pretty concerned. I tried to reach out a few times throughout the day. Of course, I have little kids, and so they were at daycare, so I couldn't just you know, leave them, you know, without somebody. So I kind of gathered my thoughts together and thought, okay, well, if I don't hear from him, then, you know, try to maybe reach out to friends or something and just see if everything's okay. And if I don't hear from him, I kind of just decided I'm just going to go there and see what's going on. So that morning, I dropped the kids off at daycare, and I attempted to call him on my way down, and I was just kind of thinking, you know, like, is he sick? Is he not feeling well? Maybe he just doesn't want to, like, maybe he just wants to be left alone, or maybe he's ghosting me. Maybe he's really done. I don't know. So I just went down there on Tuesday morning.
All right, let's break at this time, about 10 to 15 minutes. Please going to talk about the
10 to 15 minute break, and they're still not done. I thought they'd be done by now. They're clearly there at the end of the timeline with her, so I do believe we will get some cross tonight, this afternoon before everything ends. Find a random picture on the wall, and let's look at that. Let me say, well, we've got a little bit of a break here while we're waiting. We have the audio still going from the courtroom in case the lawyers are going to discuss anything here as soon as the jury's out of their presence, so we'll hear that. I wanted to plug one more time. I wanted to plug Brandi Churchwell's channel. Brandi is if you followed the Murdaugh murders, Brandi is one who made the Churchwell chart, is what we called it. It was quite viral on social media, and it was a timeline before any of the other timelines were available about how everything happened, how everything fits together. She's really good at putting that together. I'm trying to get her on the channel, and to encourage her to be on the channel, I'm asking you to go follow Brandi's new channel. She is on YouTube. This is her link on her YouTube channel right here. She had about 530 subscribers when we started. She's now up to 655 last I checked. I'd love for you guys to go over and find that page and give it a subscribe, and just let her know that we're a welcoming group and we'd love to talk to her over here. I'd love to get her on live and get her take and analysis. She's interested in some of the same trials that you are. She's obviously interested in the BK trial. She was interested in the Murdaugh. She's following this trial right now and has produced a couple videos about this. And she does a great job. She lays out the information in a way that really makes sense, and it just walks you through the pertinent details that, 13th juror, as she likes to call her group, the 13th juror would need to make a decision. So I think you would appreciate her content, and she definitely, I think, would appreciate your support as far as a subscription to her channel. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Let's see. This has been some pretty heavy testimony here today. It's been pretty rough. Sorry, I've got a buddy calling me. Hold on just one second.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm not a cat.
I'm not a camel.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Court is now in session.
Bring the jury.
Okay, I apologize. That's a buddy of mine who has a company asked me a business question. He likes to bounce questions off me, and so I just wanted to give him a little bit of advice.
There's a lawsuit.
That's what I'm here for. You know, I gave out my burner phone number for a reason. And it's sort of funny, but yes, you can actually reach me at that number. I do answer, and it's been great talking to a lot of you guys. Whether it's just updating me on things that are happening in your life, or even hard situations that you want to let me know about. It's been awesome. Any lip readers in chat? I'd love to know if there's somebody out there who can tell us exactly what Zachariah is saying there. R as a lefty, I always thought it was odd to see a lefty use an external mouse. It just seems funny. I only do this because I hate to have the cable over here. I have other buttons. See, I've got another iPad over here on my right, and I've got a Stream Deck that runs all my switching on my right. I have to say I'm worried the flicker that's happening on the screen. I've isolated that as I've been troubleshooting, and it's actually happening in my switcher, which is this machine right here. It's only like $1,300, so hopefully it's not going bad, but we'll get that fixed somehow. Anyway, so I'll get that fixed. Let's see. I appreciate all you who have saying you left messages for Brandi. Thank you. That is awesome. Mac inverter messes up the signal. Let's see. Yes, it was my car warranty had expired. Okay, which command? I need to find out which command is sending this message, because it shouldn't say that. It should have something funny instead. What's that tune? This tune I pulled from the YouTube audio library, and they call it cat searching. But if you do a Shazam, where you ask Siri or Alexa or whoever what that song is when it's playing, it brings up something completely different. It just happens to be music that I can use without getting a copyright strike. It's allowed to be used, and it doesn't cost me a fortune to play it. So I did share Brandi's link there. You can scroll up in chat and see that. We'd love to have you guys over, pop over into her channel, let them know where you came from, and give her a subscribe. I think you'll like her content, and the information she provides, the way she lays it out is amazing. You can just look up Brandi Churchwell channel on YouTube as well. They say left-handed people are smarter. They say that, but you guys know otherwise. Let's see. Welcome, Lieutenant Morphew 55, admitting to becoming an addict by clicking the subscribe button. Good to have you here. Welcome. 40 new subscribers on her channel in the past 5 minutes. I hope she doesn't check it at all and then she just pops back in. She's like, whoa, what just happened? Can I do a video of my setup, equipment, and room, please? Oh, B-crumbs. I can. Yes and no. Because from this angle, it looks great. From that angle, there are literally 40 cables that make all this happen. Whether it's a HDMI to USB-C adapters, I've got 8 HDMI inputs here, audio cables, mixers, just crab boxes that can, mix audio and take out filters and hums and camera, power adapters, rewind, replay machines. I've got so many cables. So from that side, it is embarrassment. I do not. There are a couple people. I think Weatherwatch has seen it from the back, but I have not shown the other pictures. But I could show you everything from this way forward. I might do a video from that. Didn't Zach have a girlfriend? There was somebody in his life at this time that believed at least that they were boyfriend girlfriend.
And Ellen Murdoch stole it.
Alex stole it. Hey, I'm a lefty, says Color Me Abstract. That's probably why you're an artist. Let's see. I'm trying to grab a soundbite from a previous stream. Do you have to allow clips? If not, what app to use? Feel free to grab any soundbite you can from my stream. I think if you're a subscriber to YouTube Premium, it gives you that access for clipping videos. But I believe all mine allow clips. That is a setting I can change. Let's see, customization. I think I can change it when I first set it up. Let's see. Allow automatic. I believe my videos by default do allow clips, but if you're just doing an audio clip, what I would do for that and how I record mine is I route my audio from my laptop into my soundboard where I have all my different sound effects, and I can just hit the record button here, and it goes red and records when I'm recording, obviously. And so I'll just play the sound in, record it to one of the sound pads, and then export it via USB. Otherwise, you would have to download the video from YouTube using something like 4K video downloader or something like that. There are a couple ways to do it, but this way is just to get the audio soundbite, and that works pretty well. Thank you, Trip Show. I appreciate it. It is a lot of gear. It took a lot of years to acquire this. I would not recommend anyone. I would not recommend anyone going out and buying all this if they want to just get started in YouTube. If you want to start a channel, I would say start with what you have. And a lot of times that might just be your phone. I would start with that. Get a little a tripod, a mount for it, so you can hold it steady and film yourself. And then the first upgrade I would recommend would be audio. Because good audio is key. I have good audio here because I have a good microphone and a sound system that processes it all. But audio is really, really good. It is not relevant. I'm sorry. I'm distracted. Squirrel. Carol Martin didn't find it. Let me post it again, Carol. This is just for you. I'll put a link to your name. Carol Martin, and we'll put Brandi's link right after that. There you go. So you should be able to see that link, and you'll have to find it on the chat on the side. You can't click it on the screen usually. Is court over for the day? No, we've got a little break. We expect the state to be done with the direct questioning of Sadie, the girlfriend, here shortly, and then we'll start getting to cross. And it is going to be the female lawyer, Nicole, I think her name is, that's doing the cross. So it's going to be spicy. It's going to be a little bit intense, I think, and there are going to be objections. There will be objections for sure. Okay. I just talked to my mom about cars extended warranty, then call someone who cares. Oh, man. Okay. So we're good. So I took a phone call. We're still on break, as you can see here. We've got the picture from the courtroom. Are you saying I shouldn't drop $5K to tape Rebels walks? Ivan, here's what I suggest. I would suggest actually buy a used GoPro with like a chesty mount or something, and get a Rebel view. Like mount a camera on Rebel so you can see either from behind her head, so you can see her as she's walking and looking around, or even a chest. I mean, she doesn't stand too tall off the ground, so that might drag the camera on the ground. But a chest mount for her, a little harness. I think that would be funny and interesting to watch, just to walk around the city with the dog's view. Rebel Vision, that's what it is. looks like Thal's calling. Hang on one second. Let me see if I can. I'm not sure if he wants to be on or not. Hey, Thal, what's happening? Thal, can you hear me now? Hey, what's happening? Do you want to be live? Okay. Hang on one second. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is Thal from chat.
Okay?
We can hear you just great. What's on your mind while we're waiting for the judge to come back from this break?
All right. So advice on starting a channel. I've started 3. I've gotten the last channel before I started over. I was at 22,000, I think, 23,000 subscribers. And third channel is now back up, and we're up around 1,100. So
sweet.
Just for qualifications, I'm not bragging, just letting the audience know. I kind of know what I'm talking about.
Speaking from experience.
Yeah. If you start out with videos, what you want to do is you always, like you said, your phone, any recording device will do. Audio is the biggest. Number one, I don't care if you have pretty pictures. I don't care if it's a black screen. If the audience can hear you clearly, very well, and they like the sound of your voice, that's a bonus. Doesn't need to be. But, yeah, it's audio. Audio is the biggest thing. That's the first biggest monkey in the whole wheelhouse.
Yeah.
And then if you're going to cover if you're looking at your statistics, because some people like to get nerdy with the numbers, for every video you put out, for every 1,000 views, you want to get at least 5 likes. And for every 1,000 views, you want to get at least 5 comments. That's the industry standard.
Oh, man, that sounds like math.
I
don't do that.
Yeah, well, I know. But some people like to, and it gets like that too when you're making just videos and not having a live kind of reaction thing like you're doing. The thing is, it's hard to measure if you're doing any good, or if 1,000 people watch it. Well, am I really making a difference, or is people just kind of like, oh, whatever, and then going away?
Yeah.
But if you're doing good, then you'll have those. Then that's the metric by which you can actually measure. It's another metric. So yeah, and stay away from politics.
Yeah, pickle's not politics, as we do here. Politics is dangerous ground. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be talked about. I'm actually a big fan of people having political discussions with their friends, with their neighbors, with their community. I prefer them in person because it's so hard to have a discussion about something that we have such strong feelings about and do it effectively through chat. It's just everyone feels like their voice wasn't quite heard, and they can't quite say what they want to say, and just everyone leaves frustrated, and there are no winners. But
I'm more concerned with more than that. I'm really more concerned. If it was just that, I would totally agree with you, Scott. The problem is it's not just that. It's because YouTube is a big fan of retroactively punishing you in your channel for political takes.
Yeah.
So you could have a political take now that's not bad, but 3 years from now, YouTube couldn't go, oh, we don't want to discuss that anymore. And they will and I've seen them do it. They will shut down. They will straight up delete your YouTube channel. And if you're not over 100,000 or 200,000 subs, they don't care.
Yeah.
I'm not a cat.
Well, I'm not as worried about, I guess I should be, but I'm not as worried about that front. We don't approach too many of those subjects just because we're covering true crime. But I will say that YouTube's policies on monetizing, because some videos make a little bit of money on ad revenue, and by little bit I mean $10, $15. But if we might have some of the topics that we've discussed today. Just think back to what we've talked about today in chat. There's a good chance that this video will be demonetized or deemed not suitable for advertising because some of the words that have come up in chat, because some of the things that were said on the video, and things like that. And it's just, you're always playing a game against YouTube, and it's cat and mouse because you don't know what the rules are clearly because they're always adjusting them. But good advice.
Yeah.
What's your YouTube about now, Thal?
Oh, it's just 40K. I just covered 40K.
Warhammer 40K.
Probably.
If you don't know what it is, you probably aren't interested in it. But if you do know, you want to be there. That's how it is, right?
I'll give the quickest recap I can of what 40K is.
Yep.
Think Star Wars or Star Trek, but okay. So let's take Star Wars because everybody knows Star Wars. Make the Imperium, okay? Make it so there's no good guys in Star Wars. Make it so that the Jedi and the Sith are just religious nuts that see things differently. So erase the whole good-bad paradigm, because there isn't one. And then make the Imperium extremely xenophobic, and make all the other alien races extremely xenophobic also, and you pretty much have 40K. It's dystopian.
There you go. And if that made sense to you, like Andy did here, go check out Thal's channel. Throw it in chat there. I know you've got the ability, and we'd love to send a couple people your way. Awesome, Thal. The jury's on the way back in, so we're going to jump back into court and see where we go from here.
I'm going to go back to the easy job of watching.
Okay, sounds good. We'll see you. Thanks for calling in.
See ya.
Bye.
Yep.
Love having the burner phone. Thal's awesome. Ivan says, I've literally never watched a minute of any Star Wars. Ivan, that might be a felony. I'm pretty sure it's a felony. It's at least a misdemeanor. Okay, anyway, jury's coming back in, supposedly. The state needs to finish here soon. What's the code for subject matter jurisdiction? It's !SMJ.
Yeah, that's the municipal court transcript, but it doesn't say when that was filed. There's no copy of the document itself.
True Confessions coming out. I didn't know it was possible to go through life and not see Star Wars. Does she have actual proof that Zach did the crime? I don't believe she does. No.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
There it is. There's subject matter jurisdiction. Would you get a ton of views if you had a monkey? Yes. Things that are different get a lot of views, especially if it was a cute monkey and it did tricks. We're on week, I think we're about to start week, I think we're day 10 because of the break. Day 10 of the trial.
Not the original.
On May 19th at 10:20 a.m., what decision did you make next regarding Mr. Gutierrez?
I decided to go to his house.
And why did you make that decision?
Because I was concerned, I was worried about him, and I had not heard from him. And I was not able to get a hold of any of his friends.
And so did you drive to that location?
I did.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, did you notice first?
I pulled up, I noticed that both of his vehicles were there. Both vehicles were there. His patio door was open, like the screen was closed, door was open. And I could tell from the parking lot. So I pulled up and
where did you proceed to?
So I kind of did a little self-talk in the car, and then I walked up to the screen door and noticed that, like I said, the glass door wasn't all the way closed. So
she did find it.
I walked up. I believe I was on the phone with my friend at the time, and I called for him through the screen. The blinds were closed, so I couldn't exactly see inside directly, but I could tell that the screen was open.
Tish, Brandi Churchwell's video.
I figured somebody would hear me if I would call
watch.
through the screen. So I called his name a few times, and he didn't answer. So then I decided to go around into the main door to go to that door.
And when you went into the main door, is there a locked door to get there, or is that an unlocked door?
No, it's unlocked. So you can just go into the main door, and his apartment was to the right. So I proceeded to walk up to the door, and I knocked. And then as I walked up to the door, I noticed something on the wall by the door frame and the door where it connected. I noticed like something brownish, and I just kind of thought my first thought was it looks like soy sauce, and I'm like, we didn't have like, what? It looked like something was thrown on the wall there, and it wasn't there before. So it was kind of like, what is that? And then, like I said, I knocked on the door. I didn't get any answer. And then I tried to open the door, and it was locked. And then I went to go knock again. And when I went to go knock on the door, I saw like brown dots. He has a red door, a dark red door, and I could see like the brown dots all over the door. I got a very sick feeling. I then decided to walk back outside and go to the main door again. And I remember being very afraid. I remember I being on the phone with my friend and her saying, you know, just open the door. Just open the door and go in and see if he's there. And I said okay, and I opened the screen and I pushed the blinds aside, and I immediately saw red blood, just a lot of brownish, reddish blood on the floor, and the apartment looked different. It was, it looked different. It looked like furniture had been moved and strategically placed somewhere else. It did not look the way that it looked the night before, and I could tell something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it immediately. And then I then realized that it was the rug that was missing, and I freaked. I called his name, and then I remember my friend saying, "You have to call 911," and I called 911, and they came, and then I never went into the apartment, and then they came and they did their sweep, and I told them that I just told them what I knew.
You talked about kind of the staining on the carpeting, and so the last time that you had been present at the apartment before the 19th, when you found that scene, was the 16th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And all of that was different from the 16th?
Yes.
And did you then stay on scene after you called 911?
I did. I remember, like I said, I remember knowing that something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it. So when I finally realized it, I was kind of talking through, and I let the officer know, like, hey, this is missing. And then he said, yep, we'll go and do all that. I then went to my car, and I believe I may have made some phone calls. I may have called my friend, may have called daycare, and trying to just get a handle on where the kids were. I was pretty freaked out at the time. I remember an officer coming up to the window and saying, do you know of anybody or do you know of anyone who would want to hurt him? And I said, no, I don't know. I said, but I did say that my daughter had been telling me about some pretty disturbing things that my ex was doing, and I had concerns that he was tracking me, and that I had reached out to law enforcement to express my concerns, and nothing had happened, and that maybe there was something there. And the officers asked if my daughter would be willing to come down and talk about what she knew.
You indicated that after you found the scene and called 911 that one of the calls you made was to daycare. Why were you calling daycare at that moment? What was going through your mind?
At this point, I had concerns that possibly Zach had done something and was going to go after the kids. I don't know. I was just afraid. I just wanted to make sure my kids were safe, and I was in Kenosha and I wasn't anywhere near them. So I wanted to alert daycare to let them know that, which they already were on alert because of our past. So they knew to call me if Zach ever showed up at daycare without me knowing. So I just called to make sure that they knew what was happening, and that if he did show up, that they would call me and let me know right away.
Now, you indicated officers or detectives asked you about would your daughter be willing to come down to talk to them. Did you make that happen?
I told them that I would go home and talk to her and ask her if she would be willing to come down and talk to them. I only knew what she told me, so the only information I had was what she told me, so I couldn't tell them. She had to be the one to tell them.
And ultimately, did your daughter agree to come down and speak with officers?
Yes, I went directly home. I touched base with Olivia, with my daughter. I told her, I explained to her that I had explained to her earlier that I had been concerned about my friend missing, or that he hadn't. I didn't say missing. I had said that I had concerns that he hadn't contacted me, and that I thought, maybe something happened. And so then when I came back after going there and coming back home, I had said to her, hey, I remember I told you my friend was, I had concerns about my friend missing, and he's still gone, and I went to his house and he's not there. And the first thing she said was,
I'm going to object to what her daughter said on grounds of hearsay.
Yep. Ms. Beecham, ultimately, did you then with your daughter respond back and speak to law enforcement here in Kenosha?
Yep, we drove back down to Kenosha.
And did they ask for your phone to download to take all that information off your phone?
They did.
And did you submit to that?
Absolutely.
Okay, we've led all the way up to the next witness, which will be the daughter. Here's the cross. This is what we were waiting for. Oh, my goodness.
Yes, thank you.
I'm nervous. There's something about the end of her story that I think, especially where it involves her daughter, that I need more information about.
On direct examination that from approximately 2007 to 2019, you and Mr. Anderson were in an on and off again relationship?
Yes.
And during that period of time, you had mentioned there were times where Mr. Anderson had not been residing in the state of Wisconsin?
Correct.
And during those times, were you and him together?
There was only one time that he lived outside of Wisconsin.
And when was that?
That was 2016, roughly.
For approximately how long?
Objection irrelevant. Where he lived in 2016, irrelevant.
The relevance, well, first, they went into all of this on direct, but the relevance is that they have been purporting that Mr. Anderson acts in a certain way, is constantly trying to get her back together, so they went through the timeline of their relationship. I'm doing the same.
There's been no discussion that you tried to get back together in 2016 in another state. Relevant.
It's overruled.
Sorry, do you need me to repeat the question?
For how long? Is that what you asked? For how long?
Yeah.
That he was living there?
Correct.
Maybe about a year and a half, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, and during that time, how frequent was the communication?
Well, we talked on the phone, Skype once in a while. We wanted to see the kids, so we would have some contact probably weekly.
And was he trying to get back together with you at that point?
In 2016, we were together.
Just living apart?
Correct.
Okay. And during your entire relationship, weren't there times where Mr. Anderson was seeing other women?
He was cheating on me several times, yes.
You talked about how it was around February, middle February, late February, I can't remember, that you started to talk to Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And this was over Facebook, you had met over Facebook dating?
Yes.
And prior to him, had you gone on dates with other men?
Objection seems irrelevant.
Sustained.
No.
It was sustained.
You didn't have to answer that. February, you said that around February 29th, 2020 was when you first went to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Yes.
And that you had some type of problem going there?
Yes.
Because of the GPS?
Correct.
You have an Android phone?
I do.
And so you used, what map application did you use?
Google Maps.
And you said that after February 29th, after you started talking to him, you went on a trip to Mexico?
Yes.
And how long were you in Mexico for?
About a week and 7 days.
And the state had asked you whether you told Mr. Anderson about that trip?
Yes.
And you had said you hadn't because you didn't think it was his business?
Correct.
And so you didn't think it was appropriate to tell the father of your children that they were going to be with someone else for a week?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I did not think that he needed to know.
This is how they try to make her look bad. Going to make her look
So
like a bad
after
mom.
that March incident, and was that early March that you were in Mexico?
Yes.
You had been messaging. We saw a lot of texts, and I'm unfortunately going to have to probably go through them a lot with you again. But you texted him, Mr. Gutierrez. You had contact with him through text and phone calls, correct?
Yes.
And also through Facebook Messenger.
Yes.
So after this time where you're in Mexico, you talked to Mr. Gutierrez about your issues with Mr. Anderson, correct?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 259.
They're turning the volume down every time.
The objection, Judge, to the document.
They turn the volume down every time there's
May I
a discussion between the
May
two
I see it?
sides.
May I see it, please?
Stipulated to foundation.
May I see it, please?
This is funny because they stipulated the foundation, which means they can present it to see if she recognized it. Because defense raised that same objection to a document that was stipulated to as well. They said, we object hearsay. And they said it was stipulated. We can bring it in. So the judge should overrule this objection. Depending on what the purpose is of it's being brought in. She can verify it. Judge is reading some juicy stuff here. Will we see it? That's the question. A real page turner, apparently. Page 3. And now, the rest of the story. I think the judge was reading a printout of the Recovery Addict live chat. Uh-oh, we'd be in trouble, Matthew. It would be in trouble here. Because we've been making some comments about the judge, too. She was trying to move on. She can do whatever she wants. He seems like a maniac, in my opinion. We are in cross. Cross just barely began. What's your objection? Hearsay.
Overruled.
Hearsay overruled. See, I told you it was going to be allowed in. So now the witness gets to see those documents, and we'll get some questions on them. Judge is just catching up on his filing right now.
All right, putting on Elmo, Exhibit 259.
Three hours
First
later.
page, not really that relevant, but this is between you and Mr. Gutierrez. Do you remember receiving a message from Mr. Gutierrez on March 3rd, 2020, I love the sun?
Okay.
And then there was a conversation where Mr. Gutierrez sent you a text through Messenger that says, you need to get a calendar and start tracking every time he calls and attempts to spend time with the kids. He might buy something, etc. It will become very helpful. Maybe even try to backtrack as much as you can and track it. Do you know who Mr. Gutierrez was referring to, if you know, when he said he?
He's talking about Zach.
And this is based on a conversation that you must have had with him about issues you had with Mr. Anderson.
I explained to him that I was very afraid that he was tracking me and that he was also trying to take the kids.
Back in March of 2020?
Correct.
Okay. And then you responded, or previous to that, he had messaged you, full custody might be hard unless you have a paper trail of situations where it shows he is unfit. You can get primary placement. They will grant him visitation rights every other weekend, but from what it sounds like, he won't follow through with. Keep a paper trail of it, then down the road you can go for full custody. It will also get the ball rolling for child support. And you said, I will, and yes, it might be hard, but I'm going to try. And then there's the message we just read, correct?
Yep.
And then you said, I have some things already documented, especially from the last incident. And then anyway, ... correct?
Correct.
Then Mr. Gutierrez responded to you that same day, 7:30 a.m. Babe, I can stake out by your house tonight like a detective, LOL. And you said, oh my God, you're so sweet. He said, but seriously, I don't have the kids tonight.
He was seriously offering.
Which you said, no, he can't come back to or he'll get arrested. The cop, my friend, to call back if he, right?
Correct.
And then he said, or option B is ... well, I do know people.
Okay.
You received that message from him?
Yeah.
Jeez, she's not happy about this line of questioning.
And then you responded back on March 5th, 2020, oh, I've definitely thought about a plan B, LOL. Shouldn't be this hard, and I'm so mad he doesn't care what it does to the kids. Correct?
Correct.
Mr. Gutierrez responded, that's why plan B might work, just needs a little reminder.
Okay.
So on March 5th, 2020, you're already having conversations with Mr. Gutierrez about how you need to plan something against Mr. Anderson, correct?
No.
That is not what we just read.
No.
You weren't talking about a plan A or a plan B.
I was not talking about a plan, anything.
You were talking about how you wanted to get full custody of the kids.
Yes.
And that you were going to have documentation that would be enough to get custody of those kids.
No, he was giving me advice on that.
I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 259 again.
Same thing. She just said they
Where
weren't
when
talking
you
about.
guys are talking about what you should do to get custody, you say, I will. And yes, it might be hard, but I'm going to try. So when you said, I will, and he's talking about keeping a paper trail, are you saying you will to be keeping a paper trail or something else?
I'm having conversation with him. I'm basically just saying, yeah, okay, I will. Like, sounds like good advice from somebody who may have been through this before or who obviously cares enough about me to help me, protect my children.
But you've only been talking to him for 5 days at this point, correct?
No. March 5th. I've been talking to him for a couple weeks already.
So what day in February did you start talking to him?
The 13th.
Okay. So you think by May 5th, and you only met him once prior to having this conversation, correct?
I don't know about think, but I know. So.
Sorry, what was that?
I said I don't know what I think, but I know that he was concerned and he was expressing his concern to me.
Sorry,
that's what you saw in the concern.
That didn't really answer my question. Prior to May 5th or March 5th, 2020, you had only met Mr. Gutierrez one time, correct?
No, twice.
So you talked about February 29th where you went to his house. You then go to Mexico. When did you meet him prior?
We met earlier. We met another time before that you guys don't have a record of, I guess. I don't know.
Well, on direct, do you remember saying that the first time that you met him was when you went to his apartment?
That was the first time I went to his apartment. Yes, the first time we met outside we met at a restaurant. We met somewhere else. The very first time that we met. The first time I went to his house was the 29th. That's correct.
So after knowing the guy from February 13th to March 5th, 2020, you already believe that he cares about you deeply enough to be concerned about you.
He cared enough to have the conversation with me. He obviously picked up that I was concerned and that I was scared. I think a good man does that.
So going back to, at this point in March of 2020, you're already saying you're going to be documenting things in order to get custody of your children.
I did not say I was going to be documenting things. I replied with, I will. You can infer whatever you'd like from that, but I was not specific as to what I will be doing.
So you talked then after you come back that Mr. Anderson around this time frame, and when I say time frame, I'm talking about around March 3rd, 2022 up about March 16th. So let's just take those first 2 weeks of March of 2020. That Mr. Anderson would constantly text, email, and call you, correct?
Did I tell?
That was on direct examination.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And the state had also asked you that during that time frame that you had not given Mr. Anderson any indications that you were interested in rekindling your relationship, correct?
Right.
And that you weren't inviting him over because you didn't want him at your house, correct?
I guess that depends. So I wasn't inviting him over for romantic relations or anything like that, no.
Okay. I'm going to to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 278.
She is clearly a hostile witness right now, and she's starting to get a little snippy. This is not good. If she loses control, lets emotion take over, they might be able to get her to say some things that are bad, that make her look bad.
This is a text to Mr. Anderson on March 21st, 2020. Correct? And it says, you texted him, morning, when did you leave? I thought you were going to stay. Correct? And he responds, good morning, pretty lady. I left when everyone fell asleep last night. He goes on, okay, but you fell asleep first. But you'd agree that that was a text message string between you and Mr. Anderson?
Yep.
So, Mr. Anderson had spent the night?
He came over to see the kids. Yep.
And he spent the night, or you thought he was going to spend the night?
Yeah, it was pretty late, so I don't know. Yeah, I asked if he had stayed or if he left. So when I left.
You said you didn't want him at your house at all around this time frame. And March 21st, 2020, you thought he was going to be staying at your house.
Yeah, if he said he was going to stay with the kids or if he wanted to stay, I may have said that was fine.
Also during this time frame, you were still calling Mr. Anderson by nicknames that you had given him, cute nicknames, right?
Probably.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 277. Text from 3/22/2020, where he says good night, and you say good night, Z-Bear, correct?
Yep.
Z-Bear was one of the nicknames you had for Mr. Anderson,
Z-Bear.
correct?
It's a name that I call, yeah, it is.
There were other times in March that you also called him by names that you had.
This is in March. She met the other guy in February, the middle of February. So it's right at the very beginning of the relationship. They've only met once or twice, this other person. So this is pretty early on. We'll see how the dates line up. I mean, if it's like May 10th and she's using pet names with Zach, that might be an issue. She goes up to the witness because that's where the Elmo is. It's right in front of the witness stand. Poor placement in my opinion.
8th, 2020, you say, I believe it's actually March 27th because it's in UTC time. You again say good night, A-Bear, and then say Z. Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And he just said good night to you in this instance, and you're the one that used a romantic nickname, correct?
It's not a romantic nickname.
But it's not his name. His name's Zach or Zachariah, correct?
Yeah, I call him by a lot of different things if you look through the text. So it's not meant in any romantic way.
Let me ask you, in the time frame that you were dating him from 2007 to 2019, would you use the term Z-Bear?
I would use that term. I would use a lot of other terms as well.
Okay. And would you agree that that's kind of a term of endearment?
Sure. I call my daughter A-Bear. I call my friends Bear. I use that term for a lot of people. It's very familiar to me. And so if I used it, it's because it was familiar to me.
Going into April, and I'm just just so you can kind of have a gist of where I'm going, I'm just going to go as the state went. So April of 2020, you said that Mr. Anderson is still constantly emailing you, texting you, calling you, correct?
Yes.
And you had noted that he kept giving you gifts?
Yes.
What kind of gifts was Mr. Anderson giving you?
Not gifts. He would bring flowers, or he would leave flowers at the door, or when he would go pick up the kids and bring them, he'd have flowers with him to drop off the kids.
So they were only when he was dropping off the kids that he would bring these to you?
I don't know exactly when. It was random.
You said it was random, like how many times?
Don't know.
We listened to this recording that was a phone conversation between you and Mr. Anderson from April 8th, 2022, or 2020, pardon me. And in that, you and Mr. Anderson seem to be having a conversation, and Mr. Anderson's talking to you about the things that he's doing, and you said, "I'm not appreciating it."
Are you taking something he said out of context? Because I believe
And just answer the
he was.
question which is asked, please.
Well,
I was asking about what you said,
Okay.
which was, you said, "I'm not appreciating this."
yes, I did hear that.
And so by saying that, you were acknowledging that you were not appreciating his kind gestures.
I don't know exactly. I mean, that was a very difficult to hear. So I would, in that conversation, I feel like I'm trying to let him know that I appreciate that he is, saying all these nice things, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to matter. So it is appreciated. Thank you, but no thank you.
And so during this time, too, do you remember the state asking you in April that you had no intention of Mr. Anderson coming over? You didn't want him at the house because you were, quote, afraid.
Yeah, I was.
Exhibit 275. This is a text from May 23rd, or late May 22nd, again, UTC time.
CDP, good luck getting dinner ready. Hope it's
April?
fantastic. We'll see you in the morning.
April 22nd, 2020. You text Mr. Anderson, picking up Panda Express. If you want to come over for a little bit, let me know. Correct?
Yep.
And right after that, you text Becky saying, "Oh my God, Liv is lying now and trying to make up things. This is out of control." Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and before that, Mr. Anderson, when we look at your latest string text, you had previously been talking about, when we look at the bottom, Olivia's homework, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't ask to come over at all, correct?
I don't know.
It wasn't, you were the one that asked if he wanted to come over for a little bit.
Where do you see that?
Sorry, this text, picking up Panda Express, if you want to come over for a little bit, let me know.
Oh, yeah.
So Mr. Anderson doesn't start anything. Mr. Anderson doesn't ask to come over, and you invite him over during a time where you weren't allowing him at the house?
I was allowing him in the house to work with our daughter on assignments. It was also 2 days before her birthday, and so we were trying to plan and figure out what we were going to do for her birthday and what that was going to look like. So to see the kids, yeah, I probably would have allowed him to come over. And if I'm going to pick up food. I'm not going to sit there and eat it in front of him, the kids.
But you'd agree that on that day, around that time frame, Mr. Anderson hadn't even asked to come over. That was something that you had prompted.
Well, I mean, sure, you can take that out of context. You sure can. That day, yes.
I'm going to switch to a different feed. It's got way more saturation on this one. But
Went into, strike that. You claim that during this time, back in April, now let's move kind of later to April, before your daughter's birthday, Mr. Anderson's still texting you?
Yes.
Objection to the term "you claim" is argumentative. Sorry, objection to the term "you claim." It is argumentative.
the lawyer sitting next to him's got her head in her hand.
Well, what's the difference between saying that and saying you have testified?
Well, one reflects what is happening, and the other reflects that sounds like it has a bias attached to it.
Well, I think there's probably some validity to that, but it's still
it's an appropriate
an acceptable question overall.
You can ask again, please.
Sure, that during this time you've testified that Mr. Anderson is still texting you and but you have no desire in getting back together, rekindling the relationship.
I don't think we know what time. Objection is to vagueness.
Sorry, before that I'd asked the time about a specific date time.
Ask your question, please.
So we were in this late April before, the previous question I had said late April before your daughter's birthday, that you had previously testified that during this time frame, Mr. Anderson was continuously texting you, but that you had no desire to rekindle the relationship.
Correct.
And that you made that clear with him.
I did.
This could be another document here. Man, this is hard. You're funny, Natural Empress.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 274. I'll start, and I'm just going to be talking about the highlighted ones. So this is going to be late night because of the UTC time. Late night on April 22nd, 2020. You received a text from Mr. Gutierrez. What you doing, Dave? Correct?
On the 23rd, yes.
So it says the 23rd, but it's because UTC is like +5 or 6. So late night.
This audio is so bad.
You also, at around 10 minutes later, received that text from Mr. Anderson. I still love you. Thanks for having me over. Good night. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so on the 22nd, you had Mr. Anderson at your house. He's saying, thanks for having me over. Correct?
He wasn't at my house at that time.
No, not at that exact time, but you'd agree that he must have been there at some point because he says, thanks for having me over.
Well, he texted me that later that day, which was the Panda Express day.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is him saying, thank you for having me over after you had Panda Express together.
Sure, yes.
So then, about 7 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez back to say, laying here, ready to go to bed, baby. Right?
Yep.
And then, about 1 minute later, Mr. Gutierrez messaged you back, says good night and sweet dreams. Right?
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Anderson back and say, good night, XO, XO.
Yep.
And then 2 minutes later, you text Mr. Gutierrez, good night, Rosalio.
Yep.
Good night, XO, XO. This is obvious, but XO, XO, hugs and kisses.
Yep.
He's over at the house. He says, thanks for having me over. You say good night, hugs and kisses, as you're at the same time texting Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes.
We then have the incident that you talked about on direct about, and you were shown the videos with Mr. Anderson at your residence, correct? That was kind of the next thing that happened?
Say that again?
The next thing you talked about the state was the incident that happened the night before your daughter's birthday.
Oh, yes.
And you went through some text messages where afterwards you had told Mr. Gutierrez about what you believed happened, correct?
Probably, yes. I know that I informed him after I'd found out.
Every time she's going to show another exhibit, she has to present it to the opposing counsel. They look it over. They might make an objection, usually not, and then she announces it. So that's every time the mic goes quiet, she's probably presenting that exhibit to the opposing counsel. So incoming text message. Wait for it.
I beg your pardon?
I said I apologize. The state just wants to review these exhibits.
So defense apologized because the state wants to review the exhibits. Let's see if they give us a break here. State's reviewing. The state should have seen all these before. I'm sure they were provided to the defense from the state during discovery. Okay, here comes the text messages. No, these lawyers hate each other. They're not friends. for it. Do I do lives? Yeah, we live stream all the time. During court, we live stream the whole thing. No Panda Express together. Not going to stay at the same hotel together. Nope, not going to happen.
Judge, I apologize. Judge, I want to again raise a hearsay objection. And
To which one?
To the stream, to the line of
This is
communications.
These are a furtherance of the exact message string.
Hold on. I apologize, but I don't want to make the argument, this particular argument, in the presence of the jury. I'm happy to come and approach them.
Do you want to see all of them, Judge? I don't know which
How
one
many
he's
you going through?
referring. There's a lot here. I just showed them all to him. I don't know which one are you particularly objecting to?
Well, I'm objecting to the strain of them, because
In order for me to provide something to Judge, I need to see
Here,
one.
just stand them up, please.
Yeah.
Okay, so the objection is the same objection before, saying it's hearsay. Judge is now going to read all the juicy text messages.
What my objection is, so the court knows when it reviews them?
No,
Okay.
He's like, be quiet, I'm reading.
There's going to be an objection. Why don't you cite the statute?
Cite the statute. That
As
shut
the
him up.
hearsay? So it...
So all these texts were stipulated to previously. Defense complained about one that they brought in, and judge overruled it. And then prosecution complained about one the defense brought in, and the judge overruled it. Now the prosecution is objecting again, raising the same objection again, saying we've got more complaints about the same thing.
Why would this be hearsay if those introduced by the state were not?
I am indicating that 908-045, that there's a difference between the party opponent introducing and the party introducing. But in this case, 908-045...
Except the ones that I'm looking at,
Sure, I understand.
Are not a statement of a party opponent.
I don't think there's an exception that's applicable in 908-045. I don't think they meet any of the exceptions. And it's not an area we inquired into.
I haven't gotten through them all, but she says these are extensions of the set that were being reviewed with the witness by Ms. Kazera.
I believe it's a separate area of inquiry.
Judge, if I can, they've introduced, these are messages between Ms. Beecham and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose messages that they wanted to read, so even under the rule of completeness, I could bring in their entire...
They're separate subjects.
Sure, it's all on the same subject regarding Mr. Anderson, so...
So I think she's right. I think the judge is probably going to have to rule with the defense on this one, on the objection. And anxiety is building for the witness because these make her look bad. These go against the narrative that's been laid out there. Judge is like, We know he likes reading text messages because he gets them all court long, and he beep 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 beep, doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. His phone just goes nonstop all day, so he's all about these text messages.
Give us a moment, will you?
Out goes the jury.
Go upstairs if you like, but
yep.
Well, I'll leave it up to you.
Library or upstairs.
Be ready at a moment's notice.
Yeah, these will make her look really bad, and honestly, this will make the defense attorney look like a complete jerk, dragging this up and just making her forcing her to admit to things that make her look really bad. the judge might not be a big fan of where this is going. He can see. I mean, he's not an idiot. He's been a lawyer. He knows where this is heading. He knows the purpose for which these are being presented.
Judge, if the court will recall, the state brought a number of people who are friends of Rosalio Gutierrez into this courtroom. They indicated that as an offer of proof, they indicated Rosalio Gutierrez had told them that he was dating a woman named Sadie who had a ex-boyfriend who was harassing him, etc. I indicated to the court that I believed that the court should allow that it was not hearsay. The court made a ruling that as to each of those individual friends, I think there were 3 separate individuals where I sought that evidence to be introduced. The court told me that the statements of Rosalio Gutierrez were hearsay. And so consequently, and we talked about unavailability. The court, I think, finally determined that unavailable was present, but that we did not meet an exception under 908-045. The state, the defense chose to object to each of those and indicated that those were hearsay. We just introduced a number of text messages. The defense did not object. Even though they objected to a number of things in terms of those other statements, so I assume that was a strategic choice by them. I am now indicating that I'm making the same objection, asking the court to exercise the same rule. I'm aware that if it's something we covered, that they are allowed to contextualize it in some circumstances, but I don't think, just as the court ruled that we could not meet an exception under 908-045, I don't think we're in any different situation now. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Thank you, Judge. I don't really need to repeat the things I mentioned before. I will note that I did not object during this witness's testimony about conversations held between her and Mr. Gutierrez. The state selectively chose text messages that paints their communication in a certain way, and I'm offering the evidence to show the other side of the communication on the same topic. Again, there's a lot of exhibits there. I think there'd be a specific argument to each one. I don't know if the state's objecting to each and every exhibit that's there, but if I could have them back, so then if the court wants me to go through each of them, I can do that.
She just wants her exhibits back.
I don't know. I have to say I don't recall ever. I'm going to start over. We learned from early on in law school about the other lawyer opening the door to something. I don't recall ever reading or seeing or hearing that the failure to object
side with the defense here, I think.
Precludes covering related matter that would otherwise be kept out. The fact that the defense did not object on your examination was a risky proposition on your end, that that I would conclude that the door had been opened and they could go into this other material. It was a risky proposition from their end that I would say no. But I'm not familiar with any rule that explicitly says, other than what I think is the general practice, that if you go into it, the other side is permitted to bring in similar materials from the same package. So I think I'm going to allow it.
Okay, and the court's ruling is that we've opened the door, essentially.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
So it's your own fault.
Ask the jury to come in.
Okay. Took 15 minutes to say you opened the door. Yes. So we're all those juicy texts, and unfortunately, it's gonna paint the other side of that relationship to show that things were not always as beautiful and flowers and lovey-dovey as they seem. It may get a little crass in here. Just warning you, heads up. It's not going to be. It's not going to paint Sadie as an angel. Yeah, 15 minutes is not enough. She's probably petrified. Her anxiety must be through the roof on this, knowing what's coming and knowing who's going to deliver it and the package that it's going to come in. It's not fun. I would not trade places with her ever. This is not fun. We told you this was going to be spicy. This was going to be heated, and this is where it starts showing up.
Show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 272. I'm going to zoom out. Overall, you'd agree this is text messages from your phone because we see Becky in there, Junior, Zachariah. This appears to be your text messages.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go to the second page.
Sorry, red pen. I could not hold it.
So these text messages that we see, this page, I'm going to go zoom in here. There's text messages between you and Jeannie, correct? And then someone named Cha, right?
Yes.
And then we have this text message that reads from Mr. Gutierrez, or you sent to Mr. Gutierrez, well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his, ... Correct? Sure, I know, it's hard because this is terribly blurry. So it says 4/26/2020 at 1:20 a.m., but it's UTC time. So that's going to be for the very late evening hours on April 25th, 2020. And then the next text messages we have in response to that was from Junior, who said, already figured it out. I did a little bit Facebook investigations. You said, I just went fucking off the rails, excuse my language, but that's what it says, off the rails on him a few minutes ago, correct?
Yep.
And then there's the next text message from him says, for the record, only if you say it's okay, right?
Yep.
And then there's a string of messages between you and other people. One from him that says Chinese for dinner tonight, correct?
Council, when you're saying for him, can you...
Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez.
Name.
This one?
Yes, I see.
So this was a string, and this was just taken from your Cellbrite reports. We have page 184 and page 185. And this is an accurate string of the messages between you and him for that time period?
Looks like a string of messages between a lot of people, but yes.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 280. This is page 2 of 280. This is from Mr. Gutierrez's Cellbrite download. So this is not in UTC time, this is in normal time. April 25th, 2020 at 8:41.
What time zone is normal time?
He sends you a text, that's what I'm going to do. I already reached out to old friends. I can be hands-free from this situation, correct?
That's what it says.
Then he says, just a good old-fashioned ass-whooping, maybe broken leg or something, correct?
That's what it says.
Okay,
Then there's a text from him at 8:48 p.m. on April 25th, 2020, that says, then delete those texts from your phone. To which you respond, what texts? Correct?
Yes.
And then he says, for the record, only if you say it's okay. Correct?
Yep.
Like they were arranging a hit.
Which would correspond to Defense Exhibit 272, this message about, for the record, only if you say it's okay. Correct? It's the same, same text.
Same text, yes.
But what we don't have in here, in your text message string, was this whole language about you deleting texts, correct?
Probably.
So then you deleted these texts where Mr. Gutierrez tells you that he could do something to Mr. Anderson, correct?
I guess I did.
And then on May 25th at 9:24 p.m., Mr. Gutierrez sends you a text message that says 6813 Highland Road, Mequon, Wisconsin 53092, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whose address that is?
I do.
Whose is it?
Zach's.
Mr. Anderson's?
Zachariah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that was sent from Junior to you, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 9:24:49?
Yes.
So when we look back at Defense Exhibit 2, or 272, your text message for around 9:51 p.m. on April 25th, which is right above the highlighted portion, that text is also missing from your string about Mr. Gutierrez sending you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
Yep.
Moving on, Junior asks you, is this accurate, correct?
Yep.
And then you respond, Poppy no snitch, correct?
Correct.
Poppy no snitch. Is that a reference I just don't get? Poppy no snitch? What movie is that?
You had given Mr. Gutierrez information prior to him sending you that address. You had given Mr. Gutierrez some information about where Mr. Anderson lived, correct?
I may have.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 279. So this is April 25th at 8:21 p.m. You send Mr. Gutierrez a text that says Zachariah Anderson lives in Mequon, correct?
Yes.
And this was after the one below you said, well, I guess if he has your info, you should have his, correct?
Yes.
So the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez, and again, this is from his Cellbrite report, continue to talk about Mr. Anderson, right?
Sure, yes.
So the state had gone over a little bit, but I'm going to give you the full message string here, starting on page 2 of Defense Exhibit 281. I'll just mark a D on that. Oh.
They're not grading the papers, they're just marking it D for defense.
All right, we'll start at the bottom. So, April 26th at 8:54 p.m., Junior texts you, did he record more? Correct?
Yes.
I think you kind of went through these. You said he took your vehicle registration and a note from a DJ when he left today. He said, you know that fucker doesn't care about you. He really loves DJ. To which and then you sent another text. I wasn't sure what he was saying and why, but then Liv just told me he took something from your car and still has them, including this letter, so he was definitely here. Then Mr. Gutierrez responds, LOL, that's so funny. That note was in the passenger side back pocket. he has a letter from the last owner of the car. And then you said, LOL,
sort of funny.
I have no clue and don't really care, correct?
Correct.
And that was you referring to this alleged love letter from this previous owner, right?
Correct.
You were telling him that you're not worried about it.
Correct.
And then he says his daughter found it the other day when she was riding in the back seat. And you say, again, really, I'm not worried or questioning, correct?
Correct.
And then you send a text, I'm fucking pissed he removed your personal information from your car, correct?
Correct.
Then we see this text that we heard about before, Liv wants to meet you and your kids before you. And then Junior says, I'm not worried about it, correct?
Correct.
NG is not guilty.
And he says he can have all my info. I want him to know exactly who beat his ass up, correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear the answer.
Correct.
Thank you.
I care about you and don't want to cause more problems, but I think I'm going to pay him a visit, correct?
Yes.
This is on April 26th at 9:02 p.m.
This
right?
sounds more like
Yes,
more than
that's
just
fine.
idle chat about I wish
Then
someone
he
would beat
says
up
there
my
needs to be
ex type
consequences
thing.
for his actions, correct?
Correct.
So this whole string, when you're talking to him, there needs to be consequences for his actions, I'm going to go pay him a visit, all of this stuff is in reference to the conversation that you had about Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle, correct?
I think this was in reference to all of it.
But this was immediately after, this whole line of questioning from
Yes.
that I just went over on the previous date and the 26th is all stemming from Mr. Anderson going into Mr. Gutierrez's vehicle.
Objection. She's already answered that question and said it was everything. It wasn't just going in the vehicle.
Sustained.
Yeah, this
In
is
these
a
text
twisted
message
story.
strings, though, what you were talking about, I'm going to show you again, Defense Exhibit 281. You're talking about Mr. Anderson going into the vehicle, taking the registration
They're
and
gonna
the note
object here.
from DJ, correct?
Yeah, I think he was fed up with this as being the
Last
final thing, yes.
Okay. And so this is around the same time, this is Defense Exhibit 271, Mr. Gutierrez texted you and said, yeah, I'm not allowing it either, he's gonna find out. Correct?
Yes.
And this is still when he, referring to he, you and him are still talking about Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
She is circling back, trying to make that connection.
To show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 273. So looking at the text message.
Did you say 273, Councilman?
Correct, Defense Exhibit 273. This is a message that you sent later on the 25th at 11 p.m. to Junior. He took a video of us on the couch and me in just my tank top and us going into the bedroom, then showed Liv. She just told me everything, correct?
Yes.
He says, are you fucking serious? That's enough to call the cops, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then he says, what's his fucking address, correct?
Yes.
And then after that is when you wind up saying that he lives in Mequon and Mr. Gutierrez sends you Mr. Anderson's address, correct?
I believe so, yes.
They're not using the self-defense.
So those conversations, that one was on the 25th, but all these conversations go into late night around 9 p.m. on the 26th of April, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So then, Defense Exhibit 260, 6:11 in the morning on April 26, 2020, you have a nearly 3-hour FaceTime call with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
That's a long time to be on FaceTime. I should know.
Around this time, on direct, you said that on April 26th, so same date, around this time frame, that you believed that yours and Mr. Gutierrez's relationship was moving forward, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware at this time that Mr. Gutierrez was dating other women?
No. I wouldn't know that.
You then said on direct that on April 26th, Mr. Gutierrez had said that he got in the car to go to Mr. Anderson's home, but then chose not to.
Yeah, he mentioned something about that.
But you weren't with him on the evening of April 26th.
And now they fixed the audio.
So you couldn't see where he was, correct?
Correct. No.
You guys, I can't highlight
There
some
were
of the
times
comments.
where on direct examination, the state said that Mr. Anderson appeared to know things, or you thought he knew things about Mr. Gutierrez that you had not told him or discussed with him, correct?
Yeah. Yes, he told me things that he should not have known. Not disclosed to him, I should say.
But Mr. Anderson would discuss these things with you, correct?
Discuss what?
Things about Mr. Gutierrez.
No.
Oh, okay.
What do you have to be more specific.
From the state's perspective, is improper, and I'd ask the court to take a look at it. It's a communication that has a particular fact that I think is irrelevant and is
very damaged into our case.
and should not be allowed.
The guy has no confidence in his argument. He's not even making eye contact with the judge. He's just looking around at the table as he's talking. He's like, there's zero confidence in that objection. It's like, I have to make this objection, but I know it's not going to stand up.
I didn't hear all of what you said.
Sorry, Judge. I said not an area we inquired about, and I believe it's irrelevant.
He's guzzling water. The guy's going to turn into a fish. He is so uncomfortable, does not like where this is going. Case is coming down to who killed who first. He's like a camel. I'm not a camel. He's all over the place. He's redder than usual. I've actually taken a different feed that has a lot more contrast. If you look, here's the normal contrast, and here's the one we're using. Just because this one keeps having flicker issues, but this one does not. So I don't want any breaks. I actually have 3 different feeds going in case one drops. But that's how we roll around here.
Sure. May I see it first?
Samantha Terry.
The beat machine.
Sorry, I want to thank 80s for controlling the beat machine, she says. Thank you, 80s Music Man, for editing out all the bad words for us that don't want to hear it. And thank you, Samantha Terry. Once again, amazing support. I appreciate you. Judge wants to see all the bad texts. The defendant needs to be coached a little bit about how to behave in court. His lawyers have told him a couple times as he was mouthing words and looking right at witnesses and trying to almost communicate with them. They said, stop it.
We're going to break shortly, so let's see if I can get this disposed of before that. And then, so just take a few minutes if you would, please, and don't talk about the case.
Head to the library. Out goes the jury one more time. They turned the audio down. I'm going to crank it back up. Thought the defense wasn't allowed to point a finger at someone else. They haven't yet pointed the finger at about the victim. What they're showing is the victim was trying to beat up and possibly break the legs of the defendant, which is just one more angle we didn't think we'd see today.
Mr. Gravely.
Let's hear this objection.
Judge, the court sees what this is. Again, this is not an area we went into. This is a discussion where, can I see the
exhibit? Judge is like, come up here and fetch it. I'm not going to make my court clerk do any work.
So this is from the defendant to the witness. So again, this is the party, not a party opponent, offering up something indicating that the missing party here, Rosalio Gutierrez, has a battery charge. So this is a statement we did not introduce from the defendant himself. This is not Rosalio's messages. These are, now we're in the defendant's messages.
So that might be a problem. He might have to testify on the
He
stand.
did not introduce any statement regarding anything having to do with the background or his argument about why Rosalio might be a bad person. I believe I'm aware that the battery charge is a case where a ticket was ultimately awarded, so it's not even accurate in terms of the portrayal it would be to a jury. It would cause a situation where the state would be obligated to take a try at convincing the court to allow me to be able to show what the outcome was of any charge that had been filed, because I believe it was dismissed and a ticket was instead the result. So it is hearsay without an exception available, and is not an area we inquired in. It's not the Rosalio text, which I know the court has already ruled on. It's a text directly from the defendant, not in an area we inquired, which is highly prejudicial in its impact.
So, can I have that exhibit back? Oh,
I got it.
You have it?
I was referring to it.
He's like, that's our
the
copy.
state in Exhibit State 205 talks about the text message strings between Mr. Anderson and Sadie Beecham on April 30th, 2020. And remember, Judge, this was in context to Candace Milla and the information that was gathered from there. This is simply a continuation of that same text string about how it actually all started. Then the state will be going into, well, one, I disagree that the state didn't go into this in their direct examination. Saying that Mr. Anderson seemingly had information that he shouldn't have known and that he couldn't have, like, where he could have gotten it from is going to be directly tied into their presentation of the evidence with officers about Mr. Anderson's search history on this and around this date, which was he looked up on CCAP, he looked up on Facebook. And then what this shows is that immediately upon receiving that information, he just tells Miss Beecham about it, and they have a conversation. Attorney Gravely, when I conferred with him on, well, are you not going to be going into Mr. Anderson's search history, said that he would only be going into certain ones. But really it's this incomplete picture where if they're going to be saying, well, how would he know this about someone? How would he know his address? Well, you know, to give the context of that's easily readable on CCAP and other platforms, and also to paint the picture that Mr. Anderson wasn't just gathering this information and keeping it to himself in a secret little diary, that he was having a conversation about what was received. It was no secret. I think is critical to this case, especially when their theory and painting Mr. Anderson as this person who keeps a whole document on a whole folder on his computer dedicated to this individual. I think it's critical that the jury know that he was sharing this information. So not only is it a complete text, a furthering of an exhibit that they already introduced to show the complete text messages of that date, it also it will be completely relevant to the state's other evidence that it'll bring in. And I'd rather not have Ms. Beecham come back after the state presents that information, but if that's what's necessary, then we'll do it. But I don't believe that we're barred from coming into this. There's been a lot of things that the defense didn't like Mr. Anderson's...
No, I don't want to go back.
Sure, but I think basically, Judge, this is no different than when the state got to go into all of the things about Mr. Anderson's...
Talk about
okay, that's fine.
Gethsemane, you know, I am just going to talk about this particular objection. He says it's irrelevant.
Sure, so that's all I have then, Judge.
Sustained.
It's not a continuation.
You just said
sustained.
Quit while you're ahead.
Oh.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So then...
I thought you said state. I did
Judge,
not hear you say
I heard
sustained.
sustained, Judge. We can stop there.
Okay.
Judge, at this time then, I'd like an order that they cannot go into any information that Mr. Anderson had about Mr. Gutierrez on CCAP.
I'm not going to make an advanced ruling.
Okay.
As I said, I'm ready to pounce.
Fine.
At appropriate times.
Fine.
Ask the jurors to come in, please. Hey, before they do, what am I going to tell them about the length of the trial?
It's going too long.
That I told them would take 2 weeks and 2 days. And we're down to the waning hours.
Easter?
Easter?
I actually don't have anything funny to say. It's
well,
that
you
bad.
know, but anybody got an idea of how long we're going to be?
I think we probably are done morning of Thursday morning.
Thursday morning state rests.
Let's add on time for Thursday afternoon.
See where it says 911 on there?
You want me to call?
Yeah. Holy. From.
See how you then I would anticipate the defense, we could be done by end of day Monday.
Wow, that's quick.
Maybe Tuesday morning.
Oh,
2 to 3 days of
I should have picked
testimony.
20. Well, I have to be honest with them. Oh, man. Ask them to come in, please.
Judge, like, I don't want to be the one that has to tell the jury that they're stuck here for another week. So, oh, man. And apparently, Ivan sent me some information on the burner phone about CCAP, and it has, like, a record of everything that's ever happened. Even charges that are dropped, dismissed, things like that, they're still on there, and it's that's not very good. If there's something that you're charged with, but it's dropped or you're not convicted of, I wouldn't want any employer to go on and look up something that if there was a charge that was foundless or found groundless. Sorry, I made a new word there, but I wouldn't want that on there that an employer could see. Unfortunately, objections were hearsay and prejudice, not relevance and fairness. In this court, Nicole, it doesn't matter what your objection is. You just, as long as you object, the judge will then flip it to whatever he thinks is relevant.
I sustain the objection. We're going to take a little bit more today, then we'll break for the day. Now, I have a suspicion that it's occurred to one or more of you that we're not
done yet.
Doing so well calendar-wise, and your suspicions are correct. And I just inquired of the lawyers. Look at me, she's even smiling. That's very nice.
It's a smile of doomed parties.
Yeah. Anyway,
defense at Easter.
I inquired of the lawyers, what shall I tell the jury? And
they said, sorry.
I have to tell you, I was expecting to hear a sooner date than I heard, and it actually there was reference to going into Monday of next week. In fact, I think I may have even heard
Tuesday.
A later reference, but we're going to put the pedal to the metal. But just so you're aware, if that creates an enormous problem for somebody, if it's with your employer, I may be able to give you some assistance there.
Yeah, because the
I
employer
don't recall
cannot.
that ever being a problem. I also don't recall having missed by this much on a anticipated completion date. But other issues we'd have to address as they arise. But as it stands right now, it does not appear that we'll finish before the end of the week at the very earliest. So just so you're aware of that. And any question, anybody? They're so nice. Really, I'm not just saying it. And I've worked with not a lot of very nice jurors over the years. But anyway.
I don't want to read their text messages, though, Judge.
All right. So I did sustain the objection, so go ahead, Ms. Muller.
Thank you. On direct examination, you had been asked a series of questions relating to your friend Candace, and is it Mila or Mila?
It's Miller. It's just
Miller.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is also your friend?
Yes, it's a mutual friend.
Do you still hang out with her?
We still talk, yeah.
Okay. So around this time, did you reach out to her about this friend request?
No. Did I reach out to her about a friend request?
About the friend request and direct, you had talked about how Mr. Gutierrez got a friend request from her.
I asked her about it. I didn't first reach out. I asked her about it. Yeah, I confronted her about it.
Hey, Chandra. Good to see you here. Hope things are going well for you. I won't point out that you're 4 hours
So
late.
around going to May now.
Just kidding. Is she drinking Canada Dry?
Around this time,
Is that what I see?
you had testified that you weren't seeing Zach other than to drop off the kids, correct? Kid drop off, pickup.
At what time frame?
Let's say early May.
Early May. Yeah, I mean, we were communicating about pickup and drop off. So most of the time when I would see him, it would be during those times. Yes.
Counsel, can we just talk to counsel for just a second?
They're going to kill the mics here. We're not supposed to hear the council discussions between each other. They're doing a really good job of eliminating that. We heard some of them in the Murdoch trial. We weren't supposed to hear those at all either. Canada is the wettest country, so Canada Dry, ginger ale.
Can I continue?
Thank you, Judge.
Around early May. I don't want you to go into the specific details of why you were spending a lot of time with Mr. Anderson, but in early May, you were spending a significant time with him. And again, we don't need to go into the details of why, but you were.
Yes. There was a situation with our daughter, so that's
And we'll keep it at that. We don't want to go into any details.
right.
And on May 7th, 2020, you had testified earlier that there was a incident where your daughter had had a cell phone and she wasn't supposed to have one, right?
Correct.
And there had been a period of time before and after that where your daughter, to your knowledge, had stolen people's cell phones. Correct?
Objection. That sounds irrelevant. Why would accusations against the daughter be relevant in this?
Because the daughter's about to testify against Zach.
The original line of inquiry was about spending more time than usual, and then the witness actually started to volunteer more information. And Ms. Miller said, we don't need to get into that, and now you're getting into it. What's the relevance?
The relevance is going to come out, well, basically the state's going to be arguing that someone gave the phone to Olivia, and I'm allowed to get into evidence that Olivia would obtain, or her daughter would obtain, cell phones by other means.
Well, they haven't argued that, number one. Number two,
No, they did.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Sure.
And
that gobstopper's back in the judge's mouth.
Sustain the objection.
Sustain the objection. But the jury heard all that.
So you can ask another.
Judge reclines.
Somehow I thought I had ruled.
You did, Judge.
Yeah, well, that's when the chatter stops. Ask a question.
You then said around this time that you thought Mr. Anderson was tracking you, correct?
Beginning of May. Is that the time frame you're talking about?
Yeah, late April, early May.
Yes.
And this prior to you finding the cell phone in your vehicle that you testified about, you thought he was tracking you, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 268.
Yep, thank you.
This judge does so much in front of the jury, Mustang guy, that every other judge would kick him out for.
On May 9th, 2020, around noon, because it's UTC time, you had texted someone named Path and said, hey, ... think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet. Last night when I dropped off the kids, he snuck a burner phone under the boy's car seat, correct?
Correct.
So, who's Path?
A friend of mine.
Okay, and you at this point then, prior then, you confirm on this date, on May 9th at around noon, 2020, you are like, don't think he actually put a tracker in your car. Correct? That's what you're saying.
No, I think he's still tracking me. I don't know that he put the tracker that he had on my car. So it says, I think I confirmed that he didn't put the tracker on my car. Or maybe I can't confirm. I'm not sure. There's a lot of typos in there. So
I can give this to you, but I'm going to read it out loud again. You said, hey, think I can confirm he didn't put the tracker on my car yet.
Yeah.
That seems pretty straightforward in that you believe then he hadn't put the tracker because you found the phone, correct?
Not yet. He had not put it on my car yet. Correct.
So then up until the point that you find the phone, at that point you understand or come to some realization that Mr. Anderson hasn't put a tracker on your vehicle. At least you didn't think he did.
I wasn't sure. Actually, my friend is the one who I asked to check my car for the tracker.
And when he checked that car for the tracker, he found nothing, correct?
Well, he's not an expert. He just once over-checked. So, he didn't find anything. Nope.
Okay.
It's getting fun in here.
Can I have your exhibit 207?
Brooklyn, were you at the Silicon Valley Bank? I thought I'd asked that before. I didn't hear your response. Guilty, not guilty polls are saved till after defense is done presenting the evidence.
Or State's Exhibit 207. This was a text message string. Where Mr. Anderson, earlier we read this, or the state read it to you, about Mr. Anderson basically saying you're wearing too much makeup.
Who's the judge calling? I've got a dial tone somewhere.
Too much makeup and perfume for Charles, angry about pond water, had fancy jacket, hiding in the back of your ride, premonitions don't make me psychic, call me Zachariah when she feels good, denim shirt, ... Kenosha, correct? Do you remember going through these?
Yes.
Counsel, is this May 8th, just again so we can orient?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Anderson had actually seen you right before these texts were sent, correct?
Yes.
Because you had gone to drop off the kids.
Right.
So he could see.
Yes. You saw what I was wearing, correct?
I like that idea, Sandy. I'm
So-
envisioning how to do it.
Indirect, the state had shown you two phones, one of which was a flip phone, one of which was a smartphone. Remember them?
Yes.
And you said that when, on May 7th of 2020, you had found the smartphone, the burner phone, and that your daughter had that, correct?
Yeah.
Around May 7th, around May 8th.
Yes.
Around that time.
Yes, she had one of his burner phones, yes.
And it was that same phone that your daughter had that you then found under the seat of your son's car seat, correct? Was that same phone?
I think so.
So then, May 13th, you have a conversation with Mr. Anderson about custody of the kids, where he says he's going to try to get custody of the kids, correct?
Yeah, that was I think it was either the 13th or the 8th, somewhere in there. There was that conversation, yeah.
And that conversation, that's when you gave that phone back to him, around that time frame?
I don't know.
So that phone, the smart-looking phone, not the flip phone, Olivia, your daughter had it, and then you find it in your car seat. When do you give it back to him?
No, these were two very separate situations, so.
Okay, so I want to walk through it then. around May 8th, you find this phone on Olivia.
So I found the phone on Olivia at a friend's house. I took that phone and gave it back to him.
When did you give it back to Mr. Anderson?
The next time I saw him, or I gave it to Olivia to give back to him, he got the phone back. That wasn't, I just gave it back to him. There wasn't anything about it.
Okay, so then after you find the phone in your vehicle, when do you remember a date or about when you gave that phone back to him?
When I gave it back to him, when I gave him the phone after I found it in the car,
Yes.
and then when did I give it back to him? Maybe a couple of days later.
Why didn't you just give it back to him right away? Like you did the first time?
Honestly, I just had enough. I was going to keep it, and I really just wanted to see what was going on. I really can't explain. It's a very stressful thing having somebody constantly tracking you and finding phones in your car. So I guess I just was very, I wanted answers and I wanted him to stop. And so I kept the phone and I wanted to see if he was going to try to get the phone back and ask for it back. And that's exactly what happened. Is I knew that if I hung on to the phone, that it was a phone that was connected. So the other phones that he had were not in service. So this one was a particular phone that was in service, and it was one that he used to communicate with me. So I kept that one, and just an effort to kind of stop all of it. If he didn't have the phone, then he couldn't put it in my car anymore.
So, but on direct, you remember saying about how Mr. Anderson, from the day that he texts you that going down to Kenosha, looking pretty, smelling good, makeup, whatever, until you gave the phone back, that Mr. Anderson continuously was texting you about the phone.
So he was texting me from his other phone, and he was calling me from his flip phone.
Inquiring about his cell phone.
Correct.
So you wanted the communication from Mr. Anderson to stop, and you thought it would stop, that Mr. Anderson, during that time frame, that the communication would stop if you didn't give his phone back?
I didn't want communication to stop. I wanted his stalking behavior to stop.
But you'd agree that had you just given him the phone earlier, those days of text message where Mr. Anderson's asking you if you found his phone and where his phone is, that could have been avoided had you just simply given Mr. Anderson his phone back.
Sustained.
So, May 13th, 2020 happens. We talked about that. May 16th is the date where you received the text about you racing down to Kenosha at any point, correct?
Yes.
And on that day, Mr. Anderson had also had the opportunity to see you, correct?
If I dropped off the kids, then he saw me.
On May 14th, strike that, Rebecca Jekyll, or is that how you say your last name?
Yes.
Who is that to you?
It's my best friend.
Okay. And were you conversing with her about things that were bothering you about Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
She knows where this is going. This is a mess. I'm not sure how far the defense is going to push into that because there hasn't been a ruling on this. But this is what they started bringing up when they almost declared a mistrial during the opening statements.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Actually, I'll give this to you now, but I'm not going to go into it.
They're going to push as far as they can. They'll push until there's an objection. We can't hear this because they're conversing with each other. Yeah, we're listening for Denny and mistrial at the words. Those are the key words we're listening for.
That was the day you had gone down to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment and met his children for the first time.
Correct.
And approximately what time did you arrive, if you remember?
I don't remember. Maybe 6, 7, somewhere in there.
And you said that Mr. Gutierrez was making dinner?
Yes.
Do you remember what he was making?
Chicken nachos.
Okay, so he didn't order food in?
No, he made food for us.
Okay, was he making it on the stove?
Yes, he was in the kitchen making food. That's where people make food.
Seeing this on Mr. Gutierrez's stove when you were there on the evening of May 16th, 2020?
I don't recall. No, I don't remember seeing that.
Because that's where he was making the nachos, right? Or parts of the nachos?
On the stove? Yeah.
And then you said that you then went to Dairy Queen, you did some rock painting with the kids, then watched a movie. What time were you there until?
I think I left a little after midnight, or maybe before. Probably a little bit before. So maybe, yeah, a little bit before. Because I didn't get home until late.
And how long did it take you to get home?
It usually takes about an hour, but there was a detour, so it took me a little bit longer.
What was this detour?
I don't know, there was construction on Highway 20 or Highway whatever it is.
Okay. So like 11:30, around there?
Somewhere around there.
Okay. And when you were leaving, did Mr. Gutierrez tell you whether he had any plans for the rest of the evening?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
When you left, what did you observe Mr. Gutierrez doing?
The kids were there, and they were getting ready to go to bed, or they were just, everybody was still there.
Back then, did you know an individual named Mike Campbell?
No.
Now, do you know who that individual is?
Yes.
And you've seen what he looks like?
Yes.
When you were there on May 16th that evening, did you see Mike Campbell there?
No.
So after you return home, the following day, you and Mr. Gutierrez are talking about what appeared to be just typical conversation, right?
Yes.
And the conversation that day went into the early evening hours.
Yes.
And the last text, I'm just going to give you what I've marked as an exhibit. 57.
Here comes an objection. The trip to Mexico, Sadie wanted the trip. I don't think Junior went.
So it's marked as Defense Exhibit 257. I'll zoom in here. On May 17th, 2020 at 8:33 p.m., you receive a text from Mr. Gutierrez that says, I just dropped off Ava going over to Mike's for a little bit. Right?
Yes.
And then you said, okay, cool. Well, then maybe text me or ring me when you leave there or something. Right?
Yes.
And he says, okay. Right?
Yes.
And you didn't get a call from him that evening, correct?
I did not.
And you didn't call him that evening after receiving that text?
I don't. No, I did not.
And when he was saying that he's going over to Mike's for a little bit, did you know who he was referencing?
I just assumed it was a friend of his, so I don't know. I did not know who he was.
Now, do you have an idea of who that is?
Objection calls for speculation. The name Mike. Hold on.
Right.
The name Mike is an extremely popular name. Very common name. When I was a school child judge, it was the most common
Speaking
name
objection.
of my particular age group, which is slightly older than Mr. Gutierrez was when we last saw him.
Why do we need to know that?
All right. Well,
For her to speculate about whether we have the right Mike or not is...
the objection is sustained. And that's an ideal point.
End of the day.
For the day.
End of the day.
Now remember,
Mike.
Tomorrow we'll start at
probably like another
9 o'clock. And
Mike.
in spite of the fact
There we
that
go.
tomorrow, as you know, is National Pie Day. In fact, I think it's International Pie Day.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
And
International Pie Day.
314. And as it happens, Einstein's birthday.
Pies for everyone.
Coincidence. But anyway, no, we will not have pie here. But we'll do math. We'll do math Jeopardy quiz or something. But anyway, overnight, please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial, and pardon me? Do you have another witness that you can lead off with tomorrow? She's inquiring
Her
if we
kid,
could
she
start
doesn't
at
have a
9:30, and I don't want to give up the half an hour, but on the other hand...
We can start with any... Yes, Judge. We're ready to...
All right.
Ready to be flexible.
All right, you need to be here at 9:30, and we'll start at 9. And I'll tell you what, because it is National Pie Day, even though we're not on the track we hope to be on, and I promised. How many would rather the jury as a whole start at 9:30? That's why pi is such a small number. What's that? I saw two hands for 3:30.
They're trying to turn down the sound when
I
the
saw
jury's
two
talking.
hands for 9:30. Anybody else 9:30? Okay.
No pie for
9 o'clock.
I'm going to have to get a pie tonight.
Now I
for
saw a
National Pie
third
Day.
hand. No? Pardon me?
Honestly, half the time the jury shows up at 9, they don't start till after 9:30 anyway.
And,
So
let's go for 9 o'clock and have a witness here at 9, and we'll continue.
So the witness
Enjoy
at
the
9 is
day,
not going to be
evening,
the
and,
daughter
see you tomorrow. Please don't read, watch, or listen to any
because
account
the mom's going
of
to be
the
here
trial,
at the same time.
nor discuss it with anyone.
Okay, let me tell you, as the jury's leaving, if you're confused about what's happened in this court today, about what's come before, about who's who, what the players are, exactly why why the attorneys are fighting the way they are, about the things they are, I would strongly recommend that you look in the chat window right now and click on the link I just posted. This is a link to Brandi Churchwell's YouTube page, and she has done a catch-up video to catch you up on all the stuff in the beginning, and she puts it together very well. It'll lay out the facts for you. It's half an hour, and it catches you up through 3-4 days of the trial. It's great. I would recommend not only do you go watch it, but you subscribe to her channel and then say that I sent you there, because I'm trying to get in her good graces so she'll appear on my channel. And so I'm using you a little bit like that, but I don't feel bad because she does such great work, and it's just amazing. She's the one that made the Churchwell chart for the Murdaugh trial when we were all screaming for a timeline. The state was not giving one in the witnesses that they were presenting. She made one, and it was amazing. And it was wonderful. So she is following this trial as well, and she's put together a good video. I think it just posted early this morning or late last night or something like that. It's short. I recommend you watch that. Do please go subscribe to her channel. When you leave a comment, just let her know you found her through me. We would love to see her. I would love to see her reach 1,000 subscribers today. She's at 726 right now, which is it's good, but we could get her to 1,000. Just us here. 739 now, so it's going up. Thank you very much. But please do that. That would be great. I think you'll like following her. She's very good at taking information, especially crazy information with timelines. We've heard all these texts that happen different places and times and different things, and where people were working when, and when they were seen here, and when their phone did this or that. She's great at taking all that information and putting it together and really making it logical so we can follow what's going on. And it's great. You will love the work she puts out. Thank you, Carol. Thanks to everybody who subscribed to her channel. Justice Jane as well. Debbie. Did someone say quiche? No, I'm going to have pie, I think. I want to go out. I will tell you that Mrs. R.A. likes a good pie. Marie Callender's, makes some great pies. I think I'm going to go get a pie tonight. Maybe surprise her with it. Let's see. Ginger Meadow says, okay, this is weird. Canton, Ohio PD just posted on Facebook they're accepting applications for Citizens Police Academy for April 6th. We were just talking about that. Ginger, sign up in a heartbeat if you can make it work, if you can swing it. They are amazing events to participate in. It will give you a view that you'd never believe. Wow, it's acting weird there. The court feed is dropped. So, let's see. The pie raffle tomorrow. Sugar pie. It's literally brown sugar and condensed milk in a pie shell. I haven't tried that. Just another reminder that Friday, the podcast is back. Weather Watch and I will be back on Friday. I think we're starting at 8 p.m. We're going to be doing our weekend podcast. It's just a time where you can take a break with us where we find, goofy news stories and do polls, top 3 type stuff. It's a fun time to just kick back and relax a little bit after we've had a heavy week of trials like this where some heavy stuff's been talked about, where, tough issues are discussed and things like that. Sometimes we need to reset. Sometimes we need to take a breath and just breathe and have fun and laugh together. And that is the perfect time to do it, because our podcast is live, just like this is. And we'll be talking with you. And some of the stuff we're talking about is what you're saying in chat to us and answering your questions. So you don't want to miss it. It has been a blast. The previous 3 podcasts have been great, and it's getting better each time. So do plan on that 8 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. Let's see. Mrs. Winters, thanks for another great episode. Enjoy your evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Georgia Culture says, so that was so great to watch with you this afternoon. Thanks, RA family. Thank you, Georgia Culture. Appreciate you being here. May says subscribed. I've subbed and left a comment. You sent us over. Thank you, Ann. Appreciate that. Ivan has a lot of pie jokes. We're going to hear a couple tomorrow, as long as we can keep them clean. Big thanks to everyone who's supported Brandi Churchwell's channel. Appreciate all of you. Super excited for her. She's brand new on YouTube, brand new on Twitter. She's just a true crime addict and just saw a need to do something, and she jumped in and did it, and she did it really well. So we definitely want to support her. No police chase that I know of yet, but watch notifications. There might be a chase here later. We'll see what happens. Robert, thank you for hitting the subscribe button here. I appreciate that. Hopefully you can come back and watch court as it continues tomorrow. Don't eat the eggs and pickles, please. Michelle, we will talk about that. We'll talk about that. Hey, Laura K, I see you there. I think I'm going to do a frozen pie, but like a dessert pie that's like chocolate, maybe banana cream. I don't know. I'm figuring out what sort of pie to do. I've subscribed to Brandi's channel. We'll listen to some of her episodes to get caught up over there. Thank you, Mrs. Winters. I was going to call in to chat about today, but not sure, says Amber. I think we're going to wrap up today. I've got to run to the store to get pie before it's out because it's pie day tomorrow. Thank you, Carol. Appreciate it. Let's see. Ivan's channel has 244 subs. A few more would get him to 250. All you have to do is search on YouTube for Ivan Victor, and you'll see some great mini pin walk videos. If you like cute little dogs, Rebel will steal your heart. So, Ivan, hopefully we can get you up to 250. Let's see. Curious if your kid's out of the airport yet. Did they get their ride yet, or are they still waiting? That's no way to spend a birthday. I'll send you a question to the burner if that's okay, says Nicole. Let me take a quick look at the burner. It's always okay. The burner phone's always available to you. Let's see. Where is... I don't see the question yet. Wait, there it is. Okay, I can answer this offline if you want. I'll answer that offline. It's a question for Nicole about her channel, so let me help her with that offline. Have a good evening. Can't wake at 5 a.m. in the morning, says Georgia Culture. I can't wake up in the morning either because I have not adjusted to this daylight savings thing. But, I have to eventually. Flight is at 8 p.m. Central, supposedly. Send prayers. 30 hours now. That is the worst layover ever. Thank you, Princess Lukey. Thanks for being here. All of you. All those who said they've been trying the spicy maple bourbon pickles from Walmart. Thank you. Just know that I would not recommend it as something unless I truly believed in it, and that's something I do. Just like Brandi's channel, I think you guys are going to love it, so thank you for following that as well. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe until we go live again, which will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Be here. The first person in chat, no matter what they say, wins the internet for the day, or at least until we go live the next time. So if you would like to be that person, make sure you have the subscribe button clicked and the bell rung. Turn on your YouTube notifications and watch for that little notification. Be first in chat, and the internet could be all yours. It's a small thing, but it's the least I could do. All right. Thank you, guys. It's been a fun day. We will see you tomorrow. It's more spicy cross for Sadie, and I think it's gonna amp up a little bit. But thanks, guys. Have a great night. We'll see you.